Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. Boy, we got a lineup. Shit's about to hit the fan, right? So a lineup of stuff that's coming through. Now, James Comey was just indicted on false statement charges. Now, this had to happen here pretty soon because he made those false claims to Congress. And the deadline for actually indicting him is coming up at the end of this month. So, earlier this month, President Trump had asked for, or kind of like put the pressure on Pam Bondi to basically start prosecuting these people. So here we go. And that's, comes not long after we had the awakening process that I call the, shooting, Charlie Kirk shooting event. So a massive awakening process that's happening. People are having to think. People are having to look at all the things that are coming from that shooting. All right. So we're going to talk a little bit more detail about the latest, because I told you guys that they're going to continue to come out with all these different scenarios to try and make that fit. Right. And we'll talk about that in a little bit. But the Justice Department charged former FBI Director James Comey on Tuesday with making false statements and obstruction. Finally, right? People familiar with the matter said, securing an indictment days after President Trump demanded the prosecution and ousted the U.S. attorney who hadn't found cause to bring it. Comey had been under investigation for what prosecutors said were lies he told during the 2020 congressional testimony concerning the Bureau's earlier investigation of the Trump campaign's ties to Russia, collusion, Russia in the 2016 election. So Trump recently came out. He was asked inside the White House. Press was in the Oval Office, and they're asking him questions if Barack Obama was guilty. So he basically came out and said, yes, he's going to be prosecuted too. And so he brought up Comey, he brought up Brennan, Clapper, Joe Biden. He said all of them were in that same room, Oval Office, and had determined that they were going to try and overturn the election. Right. So this is something that happened in 2016. And Trump made the case that it happened in 2020 as well. And Obama is the ringleader, right? So we're going to see probably Obama get indicted as well. Now, we're already seeing James Comey. I guess they've already called Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton is the last one towards the end of October. So we've talked about this. A lot of people didn't believe it. A lot of people have been naysayers. A lot of people have whined and cried. And now here it is. All right. So now stand by. Be careful what you wish for. Right. Now, I knew there was shit was going to hit the fan. I've said this for over 5 years. Before the 2020 election, people were already starting to talk about civil war. Right. So the charges come after Trump publicly questioned why the Justice Department hadn't brought cases against several of his key adversaries, including Comey, and called on Attorney General Pam Bondi to act quickly. So she had to act quickly because the expiration date for when they could come after him for lying to Congress, like I said, is the end of the month. So that's very interesting. Things are moving along. And moving along very quickly. So what else is going on? What else might you be thinking? Well, weren't we going to have military tribunals? Yeah, we were and probably have been, but it's going to be public here pretty soon. Pete Hegseth calls alarming meeting with hundreds of military leaders. I can tell you from my, since I've been alive, since I've served, so we're looking at, I served, 24 years in the military SEAL teams, and then 11 years in the CIA. Before that and after that, so we're looking at, I guess, around 60 years that I can remember. I'm almost 65 in a few days. So since I'm 5, I'm pretty much aware from 5 years old on. A little bit before that, but definitely at 5 years old. I don't ever remember anything like this. So this is definitely something's going down. All right. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has urgently called on hundreds of U.S. military officials around the globe for a spontaneous meeting at a Marine Corps base in Virginia next week. So next week, we're going to see this. And the gathering remains top secret. All right. So who's going to leak that? Who's going to be one of those generals or admirals that's going to be on the chopping block? All right. There's probably going to be a lot of these guys. There are approximately 800 U.S. generals and admirals in total. And Hegseth has said that he's going to reduce their numbers by 20%. Is this why? I don't think so. He's calling the meeting. I think shit's going to hit the fan. Now, are we going to like go to war? War here in the U.S.? That's why he's recalling them all. We don't need them overseas anymore. We're going to need them right here in the United States. All right. The message shocked members of the U.S. military who could not recall another instance in which a defense secretary summoned so many commanders for a sudden in-person meeting. I can never remember it ever. Going back, I'm pretty much a history buff, right? And I don't ever remember anything like this. Maybe it's happened in the past. I wouldn't doubt it, probably during the World War or just before World War. Because once the war kicks off, guys, their business. So I would say right now it was like one of the few times that we could recall the entire military, not all of them, but the head shed, the top generals and admirals, and have a meeting like this. So I think this meeting is going to be very interesting. I wonder if when we're going to get the details of, or some sort of idea what this is about. My best guess is, there's probably we're probably going to kick Venezuela's ass, and there's going to be turmoil here in the United States. All right. So once these arrests start, like with Comey and Hillary and all these other people that have been part of treasonous activities, and they're sent down to, military tribunals. Now, do they have to go to Guantanamo? No, they can go right offshore on a Navy ship. All right. They can be flown out to a Navy ship and stand trial out there. That's right. Out in international waters, not attached to the United States, kind of like, Guantanamo, but on a Navy ship. All right. So military tribunal on a Navy ship. And that could be part of what they're going to talk about. So Hegseth has talked about a massive overhaul of America's defense systems, promising to massively slash staffing. Now, Trump has just recently said that he's going to massively slash the government workforce. And the Democrats don't like that, because that's who votes them in, because they get paid to be doing nothing. So Trump is like, I'm going to slash it. And so they're not going to pass the government spending bill in October 1st. So again, more turmoil. Are they going to do that because they don't want the military to come and, kick their badass bullshit in their cities, Democrat hellhole cities? Could be. But I think there's enough people within Congress and the Senate, like in the past, have done emergency funding, especially for the military. So regardless of what happens, if these guys in the next few days don't pass the spending bill, which they usually do, they always play games like this. But if by chance they don't, things have reached a certain level, which I think they have, strong possibility that they won't pass it. And that's because of Democrats. It has to be a certain percentage that pass these bills. And if you have all the Democrats, like they normally do, align against it, then it's probably not going to go through. All right. So we have the probable firing of 100 generals and admirals, instituting a minimum 20% reduction in the number of 4-star officers across the military and the National Guard, and a 10% reduction to the number of generals and admirals. So we're overstaffed, really, guys. If you look at the numbers in World War II, the numbers of top generals and admirals, we have way more. I don't know what the numbers are. I think I saw one time it was like 4 or 5 times, something crazy, the number of generals and admirals that we had during World War II. All right, while we're at a world war, but yet we have more now. Why? Yeah, so chop that shit. All right. I can tell you that I could have run the show myself better than a lot of these, officers, guys. So you get some good senior non-commissioned officers. You got some good ones, and they can make up for cutting a lot of this fluff that's out there right now. All right. So that's probably going to happen. Maybe they're going to be talking about that. Probably will talk about that. But bigger picture, I think, is what's coming for the United States. All right, that's my best guess, because this is unprecedented. Like I said, we're not going into a world war. All right, there's no sign of that anywhere. We could be kicking Iran's ass, which Russia and China have said that they're going to align with Iran. So who knows? Maybe it could turn into World War III. So we'll see. We'll see what happens here. But I think they're if they don't tell us that's why some of them have come, I think that we're going to find out at some point that, especially when shit starts to hit the fan in these big Democrat hellhole cities, that is why they were called in. To prepare for that, right? So will that happen right away? It's already happening on certain levels now, right? So I said it's not going to be long till we have the shooting. Now, we just had a shooting in Dallas, Texas, where another nutflake, a leftist nutflake, with what looks like another, bolt action, or whatever the guy supposedly used at the Charlie Kirk shooting. Now everybody's like, because of guys like me have been out right in the beginning, said there's no way that's not the kind of trauma that you would see from that kind of round, right? And of course, there's been others that have come out, Derek Johnson and so many more that have big cojones, right? You don't even start if you don't have some big cojones talking about this stuff. Ooh. So we have come out right away. I especially have come out right away and set the standard. And now everybody's talking about it. Everybody's trying. And then there's those that have well-meaning that are trying. Some of them, not all of them. I think some of them are disinformationalists, just like we've seen for a long time now. Then after you've seen my presentation, and now I just did a show yesterday with Derek Johnson and Brad Wozni on the Sovereign Soul show, all right, Rumble channel. If you haven't seen that, that's a good one, because we went and I went in a place that I've never gone before talking about stuff. So you want to watch that, all right? And while I was talking about it, of course, I went off for a little bit, so I was over the target. Came back and I stopped using three-letter agency, calling them out. So then I was able to talk. But we're going to see still, I think some people try and make this fit. He was not killed. He was not killed. It's all part of a military operation. Even his wife, part of a military operation, guys. She's part of it too. She's, I don't know if they're, well, I assume there are a couple, but But if they're a couple, they're a military operation couple, right? So that's what we're seeing with a lot of this stuff, and I'm gonna go in detail, like I said, about that. So we have all those admirals and generals who are coming in, and they're going to be talking. And then there's another one that Pete Hegseth has requested, and that's approval for the first U.S. military execution. Military execution in 60 years following the Fort Hood mass shooting. Now, remember when he did that because we were going to go to war with Muslims, and he's a Muslim. Now, there were a lot of people. There were a lot of people in the military that had worked around him and said, this guy, you need to take a hard look at this guy, and no one ever did, Obama. All right, so the Pentagon is preparing to ask President Donald Trump to authorize the execution of Nidal Hasan, the former Army major convicted of carrying out the 2009 mass shooting at Fort Hood in Texas, a senior Department of Defense official said. Now, he wounded 32 others in the attack. 13, that's like the Illuminati, satanic number. And then 32 degree Mason, so all these numbers, it's like, just kind of random. It just happened that way. So Hasan entered Fort Hood Soldier Readiness Center armed with a semi-automatic pistol and opened fire on fellow service members preparing for deployment. This is weird. I always thought it was weird. But of course, those of us that were transporting ammunition and weapons in the SEAL teams, we could have a sidearm. But otherwise, you cannot have a weapon on base. So there is no, Second Amendment on bases. That's right. So you can't have a weapon on a base. The only people who have weapons are the security forces. All right, the MPs and security force. There a lot of bases have hired security forces now, and a lot of those security forces are former. Like what was really cool when I was at SEAL Team 6, we had security forces that we hired, and they were all Vietnam vet SEALs. God, we used to have those guys come and give us, talks about their combat experience in our team rooms. Oh my God. Whew. Brings me to tears just thinking about it. Oh, all right. So, wow, that was some good times. All right. So Pentagon had categorized the massacre as an act of workplace violence, right? A decision, of course, that's during the Obama time frame, a decision that drew sharp criticism from lawmakers, victims' families, and national security experts. They argued it obscured the ideological and terrorist motivations behind the attack. In 2013, the military jury convicted Hasan and sentenced him to death. After years of appeals, Hasan's final legal challenge was rejected in April 2025, clearing the way for execution. So I am 100% committed to ensuring the death penalty is carried out for Nidal Hasan. Department of War. Yay, I like that name. Much better than Department of Defense. Defense is like it's like stop. It's defensive word. It's like not offensive. Department of War is an offensive word. So we need to be offensive, right? I used to teach that in the hand-to-hand program that I used to teach in Navy SEALs. The first one, I started it. Yay. All right, the savage terrorist deserves the harshest lawful punishment for his 2009 mass shooting at Fort Hood. The victims and survivors deserve justice without delays. Hasan is one of just 4 prisoners facing the death penalty under military jurisdiction. All right. So, future convictions of treason. Paving the way for that. Now, let's go into a few other things. And I'm going to talk about quite a few things. And I'm also talking about how Muslims are saying that they're going to have Sharia law here in America, and they're going to vote it in, or they're going to bring it in with bullets, right? So maybe this execution of Nidal Hassan will be a little shot across the bow of these people thinking they're going to do further terrorism in America. You think that's going to work? I think that once we execute the old boy that deserves it, that these people are going to be outraged. I think they're going to get outraged, guys, and we're going to have some problems with them, right? And that's, again, another reason to bring those guys back and those leaders and talk about some issues that might be coming for America, right? Because President Trump has talked very strongly about Muslims and Sharia law at the UN. I don't know if you saw any of that speech, but he talked about how London it was horrific in London now because they have a Muslim mayor that they're talking about having Sharia law in London, right? Which was released in the year 2011. Similarly, so that was before, you know, we had the Contagion that came out 10 years before, or 9 years, really. A Simpsons video episode titled "The City of New York versus Homer Simpson" that originally aired in the year 1997 was very similar to events that happened in 9/11 in 2001, you know, several years later. There are many other fictional incidents from various books, movies, and TV shows that almost seem to predict what later happened in real life. Yes, I'm talking about predictive programming. Predictive programming. Consider the early depictions of futuristic techs like AI, robots, and virtual reality, for example. Remember Arnold Schwarzenegger, right? Remember that? The Terminator, I'll be back, right? So, God, can you imagine one of those Terminators running around? How about an army of them running around America? Oof. Predictive programming is a theory devised by conspiracy theorists like myself. It claims, I didn't devise it. It just is what it is. All right. We're basically we're pointing out all this nonsense that these knuckleheads. I'm being very kind with that word, knucklehead. It's not a term of endearment. Right? It claims that the government or groups of elites are using fictional movies or books on a mass mind control tool to make the population more accepting of planned future events. So your average normie or liberal that would read something like this would go, "Oh yeah, that's like that Michael Jaco guy." Or who else we got? Scott McKay, or my other brother Nino. So yes, we're all conspiracy theorists, and so you know that's we're all programming you to like fight against the elites, right? Predictive programming is not a scientific theory, but a notion developed by contrarians and conspiracists who believe that the world is run by a totalitarian government of lizard people. All right. So let's just take it to a stupid level. And then everybody goes, "Oh, yeah, that's stupid. That's stupid." That's kind of like my best Bill Clinton. All right. Conspiracy theorists claim that in order to prevent any sudden resistance or hostile action from the general public, the supreme totalitarian organization keeps adding subtle references to its planned future events in popular media so that when the event happens for real, like just recently, Snake Eyes. Have you guys seen the stuff on Snake Eyes? I'm going to show you the Snake Eyes stuff. The event happens for real. The public is already mentally retarded, prepared and receptive to the new developments in the society. The notion was first described and proposed by conspiracist Alan Watt. I don't know if he first composed it, but maybe he put a name to it, who defines predictive programming as a subtle form of psychological conditioning provided by the media to acquaint the legacy media, not the truthers, right? To acquaint the public with planned societal changes to be implemented by our leaders. If and when these changes are put through, the public will already be familiarized with them and they won't get out of control. So that's why they do it. Sounds reasonable to me, right? Those lizard people, all right? Those mean old lizard people. All right, so let's go down a rabbit hole a little bit on this. All right, all of us have talked about this so many times. Predictive programming. Let's go ahead and look at this and let's see what you guys think.
Hey guys, welcome back at Show Stuff. Huge video for you here. Predictive programming for the Charlie Kirk ritual. There's a movie called Snake Eyes, which came out in 1998. And in that movie, U.S. politician Charles Kirkland is assassinated at a live event by a shot through the neck. Charles Kirkland, like Charles Kirk. And obviously, Charlie Kirk was also shot in the neck, allegedly, right? Well,
all right, so look at these pictures. You see the tip of the spear, little hand gesture there. President Trump does this all the time. And Elon Musk actually visited during the memorial for Charlie Kirk at a stadium that they had reserved all the way back in May, right? So it was reserved back in May by what's the Charlie Kirk group? The what is it? The like futuristic changing perceptions or predictive programming. I don't know what do they call themselves. Yeah, so they're basically had come out a long time ago, back in May, and they reserved that stadium in May. For what? For what? All right. All right. So I don't know. It's was it a turning point? Was it a turning point? Predictive programming? What's going on here? What's going on here? Now, as we look at this, so you see, you know, Charlie Kirk, he's got that, you know, spear point, right? Some people have called it other things, but I call it this pointy end of the spear. You're like a leader. You're, you know, pushing into consciousness. Now I'm going to talk about a lot of this stuff, and you're going to hear a lot of this stuff, and some people are going to go, "Oh, look at that. These people are all evil. We can't trust Trump or any of these people." It's a captured military operation. And when you start to look at it like that, guys, you stop yourself, just like you stop yourself when you see Charlie Kirk not shot, right? And all of the people that come out with all their different conspiracies, how many have come out every day? I told you every day we're going to see a new one, right? Every day. There's a new one today, right? So today it's the microphone blew up. The microphone blew up. Remember how his chest inflated? Now they're saying the microphone blew up and it went through his neck and came out there. Well, I don't see where it went in anywhere, but whatever. And remember the guy in the brown shirt that looked like he had like a little hand gun? Now we have new video, I guess, that zeroes in on him and looks like he's activating the switch for that's the latest thing, for the microphone that blew up and blew through his throat. That's the latest, all right? There's a lot of people pushing that out there. And so now that's what it is. Of course, he wasn't shot from the roof by that big old caliber bullet that they said for days and days and days and days and days and days and days that it was. Because now Mike Jaco and all those other people have come out and said that big bullet would blow his friggin' head off almost. So, and it would blow out the back. And so everybody, oh, well, we have to make this fit then. It's somebody shooting from this. No, it's somebody shooting from it. So we're going to continually do these things until people get tired of it. So it's part of exercising your minds. That's what it is. You're exercising your critical thinking. and you're getting exercise pretty good, aren't you? Some of you guys are running from rabbit hole to rabbit hole, right? Stop yourself. Listen to the expert. He wasn't shot. He wasn't shot. So let's look at some more of this.
In the movie Snake Eyes, the heavyweight boxer Lincoln Tyler is in the ring during the assassination. Tyler, like Tyler Robinson. And in gematria, Lincoln Tyler is 165, like Tyler Robinson is 165. And his nickname is the Executioner. Okay? Well, the big part here, guys, in the movie Snake Eyes, the assassination occurs on September 10th.
Now, this is where everybody gets screwed on going down these rabbit holes. This one's a good one because this is real. This is not make-believe here. This happened in 1998. When was Charlie Kirk born? 1998. Wow. That's pretty crazy, right? So if you look at this stuff and you get crazed by it, which is absolutely possible, and something doesn't fit, like the date, September 10th, like they're talking about here, from what I've heard, it says it nowhere in the movie it's September 10th. So did the other group insert this into the truth? Because I believe that the Black Hats basically had planned this. And this was part of, because they like to show, look, we're like gods. Just everything seems to line up. No, you manipulate everything so it lines up and it seems like you guys are gods, but you're not. You're POSs, right? And those of us that are awakened aren't so fun, aren't thinking so much fun for you, right? Yeah, we're thinking military executions for you, all right? So not so much fun. Not so much. It's fun for you. Joke probably betting on it, all that kind of crazy stuff. But we're not too happy about that anymore. Now there are military types that are part of disclosure, guys, and we've seen some of them come in and give us information over the years, and they've done a really good job. But we're waking up, I believe, a lot faster than they're ready to allow us to. So now they're becoming the controllers, like the deep state, in my opinion. So they need to get with the program and start to wake up at the speed that we are. All right. Otherwise, they're going to get left in the dust, and they're going to become alienated, and they're going to get pushed aside. All right. So while I'm speaking, I see there's 2,222 people watching me. So that's a yes from the universe, right? So God does speak in ways to us, and I think that's one of them right there that we're looking at. All right, so that's not a deep state. I didn't manipulate those numbers. I wasn't watching those numbers the whole time. It's like, it's getting close, it's getting close. Yeah, there it is. And so what I'm saying, yeah, but I think what I just told you is pretty relevant. I think God wanted that to come through. And, sometimes I look at some of my shows, and I'm like, I said that? Dang, that's good. It's like in my books, when I wrote The Intuitive Warrior, I read some of those lines, and I'm like, holy moly, what was going on with me back then? I was so smart. I'm not so much so now. No, I mean, but that's kind of the way it is when you're tapped in, guys.
Charlie Kirk was allegedly assassinated on September 10th. Can you believe this, guys? You guys got to share this with everyone you can. This is undeniable. And also, see how Nicolas Cage is doing the hands like Charlie Kirk. Also, Donald Trump does that hand sign. And also, we're in the year of the snake right now. It's called Snake Eyes. But wow,
yeah, and the year of the snake. So they probably planned it. Everything was planned. It got hijacked by the White Hats. And they're like, we're just going to play it out like they were going to play it out. And we'll use this against them. We'll push this out there. People will see this and they'll go, well, the White Hats are all fucked up. And then somebody smart like me will come along. It's a military operation. Hello. And then people were like, oh, yeah, I knew that. I knew that.
Put that all together. Charles Kirkland shot in the neck. Lincoln Tyler equals Tyler Robinson. And you're telling me the assassination in the movie happened on September 10th, the same day the Charlie Kirk event happened? Oh, my goodness. And, guys, I can't take credit for this. Shout out to Bernardo Soares, sorry. He left me this comment. I also saw him on the Ball Don't Lie channel.
All right, so let's go down this. I'm going to click on this. A lot of people made some nice comments in here. So you can read through these. Platinum blonde hair in a white satin suit. So here's a little bit of it right here. Paramount Pictures presents. So you see Nicolas Cage. So you notice, remember how Nicolas Cage, he was the hottest actor for a long time. He's still great. I love Nicolas Cage. But he must have pissed off his controllers because they basically destroyed his life. And now he seemed to be making these B-grade movies, but there's disclosure going on in those movies, guys. All right. So I think he turned. He turned against the deep state, and he's working for the White Hats now. He's working for the White Hat military.
There's the man whose life I want. And now the distinguished Secretary of Defense.
Great idea. Put a flashing light on your head while you're at it.
Why are you so uptight? It's fight night.
Running security tonight. I got a lot on my mind.
Watch carefully.
That seem right to you?
Kevin, that is right in so many ways.
No, I mean, beautiful woman alone at a fight.
A crime is about to be committed.
Now listen to me, Mr. Secretary. I am telling you, you're the one that's going to be sorry.
You will be a witness. And the hardest thing to spot will be the truth. I'm a homicide detective and a material witness. You can't hold 14,000 people. Those are 14,000 eyewitnesses!
All right. So, I mean, at Charlie Kirk event, how many witnesses were there? How many people had that event on their phone? Why can't we see those? All right. So, interestingly, the production spent 2 weeks on location in Atlantic City, New Jersey, filming at the Trump Taj Mahal. I've been to Trump Taj Mahal back when it was cool, right? It was a nice casino, and then it went downhill. But look up the birthdays of George Floyd and Charlie Kirk. October 14th, 1973 for George Floyd, and so it's got to be. Where is it? It's not showing Charlie. Charlie is October 14th, 1998 when this movie came out. So I don't know why it's not showing it. But anyway, that's what that is. Maybe you have to click on it. So there's a lot of interesting things in this. Believe everything except your eyes. Anything but your eyes. All right. So there's a lot of insights into this. I just kind of scroll down and look at what people are saying. In the Bible, the name Jezebel means exalted or Baal or potentially where is the prince. So they're basically saying Jezebel. They're trying to say that his wife is a Jezebel. So you're seeing different stuff that's inserted by both sides, right? Because this was supposed to be an operation of the deep state, shock everybody, just like a 9/11 event, but it got captured, guys. Just like President Trump's assassination attempt, it was captured operation. Just like the guy that was waiting to shoot him on the golf course, they basically shut that down. All these things were basically known about, and they've been basically exposed. All right, so there's some other stuff in here, but I'm not seeing it. Maybe I saw it in another thing. All right. Anyway, that's good enough for that. Let me go back to my page. And now we're going to look at some other stuff. All right. So here's the latest stuff that's going on out there. So the internet is buzzing wildly about Charlie Kirk conspiracy theories. This is a strange video about what happened after Charlie fell to the ground. Most are wondering what these men are putting in their pockets. All right. So are they really putting anything in their pockets, or what's going on? Maybe they are. All right. So let me walk you guys through this from my point of view as a former military and security guy that was in charge of security guys. Right. So let's blow this up just a tad here so you guys can see what I see. All right, so we're going to kind of focus on this guy, this security guy. Looks like he has, he might have body armor on. I'm not quite sure, but it looks like he has, you know, weapons and probably pistols around his waist there. Now, once a shot goes off, he leaves his position at the front security and leaps over the table very quickly. See how he's looking downward right now, where Charlie Kirk was taking down to the ground. Now, be aware that there is a trap door right there. There's a trap door. Now, that trap door probably, you know, to, you know, go into the electrical, and I guess they have a water fountain, all that kind of stuff. So it's probably what it is, but looks like it was probably big enough for somebody to be inside that. All right. So just keep that in mind. So this guy, as you see, he goes around the table. He goes around the table. People are coming in, a little hectic there, but then he runs away. Why would speaking from experience, why would a protective detail guy come in, look down, and then get up and run away? And then you're going to see this from the other guy that was in the front too, right? So let's go in here. So it looks like he's grabbing something. So this guy in brown appears to give him the remote detonator. So this is kind of a theme, today's theme, where the guy that supposedly everybody said he had like a hand pistol, which I said that's ridiculous. You could not be that accurate firing from your shoulder with a small caliber and hit that. So that was completely ridiculous, right? So that's faded away. And now we're saying, because I guess another camera angle came in, and you can zero in on it now and get a close up, and it looks like he's activating something. He perhaps activated, as they're saying, the microphone that blew up in his throat. So there's Stu Peters is saying these are all Mossad agents, right? Yeah, I don't know, but maybe they're Mossad agents. That's completely manufactured. All right, so he grabs that, he runs away. It looks like the guy, you know, hit him, gave him something. Now here we are back to the front. See this big bald guy like me, and here's the other guy that jumps over the table. So you see them basically in a position to handle the crowd, because these crowds are leftist loons. Even now, there weren't. If Charlie Kirk were to go into like just a typical New York City leftist loony crowd, he would be overrun. Right? At least, as you guys can see here, they put up fencing. He's at a distance from them, and he's got some badass security. These guys look like maybe former Navy SEALs or Rangers, or, you know, Special Forces guys, Green Beret, whatever. He's got that look, right? I don't know if they are. I heard he had, you know, former SEALs in his detail. So these guys could be it. So here's those two guys. These are security guys, right? Right there in front. Now watch these guys. You see the one guy leap over the table. Boom. Now here's the bald guy. I think it gets a little bit better over here. Yeah. Now watch this bald guy. He's like, oh, it's time for me to do what I was told to do. Right? Probably not the sharpest tool in the shed, but anyway, he basically moves and then he gets down. It shows him getting down right there. He's down. He's down low right there. He's like crawling. And then he gets up. That's where he gets up, right there. And then he runs away. And then he runs away. Of course, you got people screaming. Those are probably paid people to scream and do all that kind of crazy stuff. But that's Melissa Red Pill. That's a good one. So Stu Peters has that one. There's a lot of people sharing that right now and trying to talk it up and make it make sense. Like I said, you're not going to make it make sense because it's not a shooting. Stop yourself. It's a military operation like this. All right. So here is the military operation in your face. All right. Okay. So we're going to go a little bit into his wife, supposed wife, or the person playing his wife, or, you know, because we know we have multiple central casting people all over this, right? All over this, in and out, doing different things. So she is, I believe, a military operative as well, just like Charlie Kirk. And we're going to go through some of this. So maybe the deep state was going to try and make her look bad. All right. Or maybe she's involved in all this stuff. And it's basically so that, just like when I was in the Middle East and I grew my hair out and I got nice and dark and put on their shalwar kameez, their clothing, and walked like they do, not swinging my arms. All right. And dressing like I said, dressing like they do. Growing a beard out so I look like a distinguished gentleman. I put on a jacket, suit jacket over my shalwar kameez, and I had my little white hat on, and everybody thought I was a distinguished gentleman, right? I get away with a lot of stuff. So if you're Charlie Kirk's wife and she wins Miss Arizona, we know we have problems in Arizona. So as Miss Arizona, she's going to have access. All right. She came from nowhere, never having done a beauty pageant before, modeling or anything, and became Miss Arizona. She was also part of a group that was part of adoption, Romania, and it was linked to child trafficking. So she probably went in to infiltrate and come up with information about it. That's my thoughts, right? So a lot of people are like, oh, look, she was part of pedophilia. She won Miss Arizona and she's never trained before. And look at her rings. It looks like Masonic. It's like, this is all part of blending in and fooling people, guys, so that you can do operations within and get stuff done, right? This is how we got Osama bin Laden. Right? By me dressing up and hanging out and looking like a local and getting picked up by a guy that basically was a doctor that led us to Osama bin Laden, right? So let's move through this a little bit. There's that MG, Masonic looking stuff, right? Is that really what it is? And there she is making some kind of crazy. When she did that, I was like, what? What? So people are saying that's about love. All right. The fingers like that, the horn fingers. But if you put the thumb out, supposedly it's about I love you. All right. This is what they say about the horn hand, sometimes called mano cornuto. This gesture and its variations is the satanic salute of recognition between members of Satanism, Freemasons, and the Illuminati. This hand gesture was made famous by Helen Keller and pawned off as the sign for I love you. It is anything but. Helen Keller was a follower of well-known Satanist and Freemason Helen Blavatsky and made famous the work now utilized the hand signature used worldwide, exposing the satanic world government. So is she basically exposing the satanic world government? It's like, we on this event, and here's your signal, your sign in your face. That's what I think. All right. You can think whatever you want, but that's what I think. All right. So there he is, giving her a hug. Good job. Probably fooled a lot of them. All right. So there she is. Trump. So Trump owned Miss USA, Miss International, blah, 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 all the beauty pageants at one time. So he could probably say, I want this person to win, right? That's probably what happened. All right. Now, here she is, Miss Arizona. Do you see anything interesting here? See anything interesting here? Come on. Use your critical thinking. Use your critical thinking. All right. Come on. Don't make me say it all. All right. The Pentagon, Department of Defense, Miss Arizona. Hello, military operation. Department of Defense. All right. So her parents figure in the defense industry, having chaired Raytheon's Israel division. So you think that maybe, and so the Iron Dome. So you know that President Trump was talking about a golden dome. All right. So another infiltration, I believe. Remember how Q said Israel will be saved for last. So here's the Romanian angels. So here you see her. So that's been exposed as potentially a pedophile organization. Was Erica Kirk's Romanian Angels Ministry accused of child trafficking? Here's the truth on you, Turning Point USA CEO. So is this the deep state trying to defile what has come about to basically take them down? Yes, very possible. Very, very possible. Romania probes Israeli adoption agency link in organ trafficking. Was it used for that? Very possibly. And then she infiltrates and basically they take it down, right? Or, you know, some of you smarties out there probably be like, no, it was never taken down. It's still, I don't know. I don't know, guys. All right, the world is a stage. So possible hologram was used in the trapdoor of the Charlie Kirk shooting. All right, let me get the sound going.
Yes, Charlie was passing out hats. Yes, Charlie was there. But when it was time for the hologram to down into the stage.
All right, so there's that trap door. So he was sitting over here, and they took him down in this direction, right? So was it a hologram that we were looking at? Was it a hologram? And if you want to see a really good, well, let me see. Maybe I can bring it up for you. I did it in my show yesterday with Raphael. I showed where this whale comes up in this auditorium and splashes and then disappears. It's just auditorium floor again. Everybody's like, wow. So just like on 9/11, where we see those planes just like disappearing in the building. You know, same bullshit. Holograms. So let's look. Let me see if I can find it. Well, hologram. Gymnasium floor. All right. Yep. Came right up. Good. I'll dig around. So you guys are like, what the hell are you doing? All right. So let me switch over to this, and then I'll probably switch back over to that. This is so much fun. I love educating people, right? I love it. And I know you guys are loving it too. All right. So Whale Surprise jumps into a gym in mixed reality, exciting by Magic Leap. Wow, that's the latest and greatest. No, it's almost 10 years ago. It's almost 10 years ago. Back in May 4th, 2016. So augmented reality, we're Of course, they're much more advanced since 9/11, of course, and from 2016. They've taken this to a very high level, guys. So it's not out of the question that what we saw there, and I've seen these holograms. You know, I'm part of LifeWave, and David Schmidt, who's the owner and, you know, designer of LifeWave products, he uses hologram technology. And with this it's basically a box. And in this box, basically, he can stand like in Timbuktu, and he's presenting himself, and you see him in a 3D, complete 3D. It's like he's right there, and he can see you, and he can interact with you, just like we saw Charlie Kirk interacting with the audience, right? And if there's no box, and it's just a projection like they show in this, I'll back it up a little bit. You'll see in this video that I was talking about where the area of seating showed the trap door. It looks like he could have been in a hologram, right? Projection, hologram projection down. And was that the case? I think it's very, very highly likely. So, you know, David Schmidt, he can do it, and he can present. He can be in Orlando, where he has offices, and he can project to, you know, offices in, you know, Japan, Korea, you know, and 150 other places throughout the world where LifeWave is at. And it's not, he can speak in his voice, and it will translate instantly and come out in whatever language it is in those areas. So he could be presenting, and there could be boxes all over the world that present instantaneously while he's presenting. And if someone asks a question somewhere, it will translate back to him from that language to English, right? So this is the kind of technology that's already here. And so if we look at that one video that I was showing you, we can maybe see how this was utilized as a hologram, right?
Area where he was sitting. When he supposedly falls to the ground, all the security guys surround him. He can't see nothing. They raise the trap door up. He comes out, and then they carry him to an SUV.
All right, so he was never on the surface, right? And was that really him that came out, or someone playing him? Because he may be somewhere else doing the hologram, right? And then someone else, because you got all these guys that's frantic. He could be somebody with a mask if someone would see him, which I haven't seen any pictures of him after he gets shot and taken down. And then he just like, they run him out. He's got he has one arm that's completely bloody. They were, I guess, security guys, and they're like, we're going to take this next level. This is what we're doing it for. Do you want to get involved? Or are they, you know, and they're like, yeah, I'll do it. Yeah. And you're going to pay me how much more? Yeah, heck yeah. So these guys are good guys, probably for the most part. A little bit of rockish going on from what I could tell, but you know, they're not leaders for the most part. But you see the guys that are videoing, you see the guy touching his hat and all that kind of stuff. You're not screwing around with your security guys. You're locked on. Your head's on a swivel. You're watching the crowd. You're watching all the movements of the crowd. You're watching the buildings. All right. Your eyes wide open. Your wide angle vision. You're seeing everything. And probably not a lot of those guys know about wide angle vision, but if they went through my hand-to-hand course, they would, or my intuition course, they would know. But you know, they don't know that kind of stuff. But you can tell that, you know, see, I see some of these guys that look like their heads on a swivel, which is good. But you didn't see that there. It's almost like they're waiting. They're waiting for the event to go down, and then they rush and do their part and then run away, right? That's what you saw.
He was down in there the whole time.
And where down we go.
Why is he taking it down? Because it's not a crime scene. A crime.
All right, so here's the video itself.
Didn't take place here. And that's not a camera. Called a hologram projector. And if you don't believe me, you can go look them up. Trap doors.
All right, those hologram projectors are not cheap. They're like $60, $80, $90, $100,000, right? So, but look what they're doing. The technology is over the top, right? For this time. And who knows, maybe in the future it'll be a lot less, but that's what because more people will be using it. Like maybe in the future, I will be hologrammed into wherever you're at. That might be like, oh, no, I don't want that. I don't want you doing no. But it could be, it's possible, right? So instead of me being 2D, I could be 3D hologram. People talk about this for years. The technology is here, right? Yeah, times are changing. That's right, Deborah. All right, so I talked about how I saw that there was going to be a hurricane, and then there was going to be snow falling at the same time the hurricane was coming in. So we do have a couple of them. I don't know if they're going to hit, but where I'm at here in Lake Tahoe on Tuesday, looks like we're going to get some snow on the peaks here, right? Which is not unusual. I did a like 5 or maybe 5, yes, about 5 years ago now, 5 or 6 years ago. All right, so 6 years ago, I did a bodybuilding contest, won it, and then I did a beast, basically an ultra half marathon with Spartan Beast through the mountains here in Lake Tahoe. It was quite an event. Good thing I trained for a year. I leaned down for the bodybuilding contest, and I think it was just 2 weeks later, is right after my birthday, because my birthday is September 27th. So just a few days later, and that's when it's supposed to snow here. It snowed in the mountains while we were doing. I was like, it's not going to snow until after I'm done. And I was done. I was walking through the car and it started snowing. That's part of that intuition course stuff I teach. All right. So thank you for the happy birthday wishes. A little bit early, but I'm 2 days away, right? And what am I doing? I'm speaking at a Lewis Herms event when he comes out for governor of California, right? So that's a great birthday present for me, right? Because I'd love to see California come back. All right, it's hell. Yep, leaves are starting to turn. It's beautiful here. We can't really see out there, but there was rain that was falling out on the hills because it's real cloudy right now. But before I started, there was like all the way in the distance, there was rain falling. It rained a little bit here today. So we don't have to worry about, and that's what I wanted, because it was kind of dry when I got here. I was like, no, we're not going to burn. Right? No. Now it burned when I left. I left and it burned to the point where they had to evacuate Lake Tahoe. Right? But fortunately, the city didn't burn. So because I heard about it and I was like, okay, no, stop that. And I know a lot of you guys don't understand how that works, but it does. All right. We all have that ability. And when you guys wake up to your superhuman or Superman or superhero capabilities, which we all have, you're going to be doing some crazy stuff too, right? Many of you guys don't believe, and that's part of why it doesn't happen for you, right? And when you start to believe, you will achieve, right? So that's part of what the deep state wants. They want to keep us dumbed down so they can use us like slaves and animals and harvest us and all kind of crazy stuff, our children. So we're kind of tired of that, right? You guys tired of that? I am. I don't want that to happen anymore. Right? So I'm kind of happy. There's a lot of you that are watching. Now, here's I don't know if this is the latest. I had this up. I had to save, so I might have to refresh. This is Tropical Tidbits. You're going to go check this out yourself. So in Tropical Tidbits, you scroll down here. You look at precipitation, moisture. It's going to give you all these, and I click on total snowfall. All right. So this is today, October 5 p.m. No, that's later. That's October 1st. So let's go back in time a little bit. Let's for it. All right. So this is September 29th. And then you're going to see a little spot of blue, which is just a dusting. start there, and you see it in the mountains of Lake Tahoe, right? So then it's going to really start to blossom, especially in Colorado, and you're going to start to see it coming in pretty heavy down through Montana, Idaho, North Dakota, Colorado, of course, the high mountains. And then in Canada, as you guys can see, it's starting to come down pretty good in Canada. All right. So, ooh, that's even more. So we got another day or two here. October 8th, starting to come down pretty. That's real significant and nice. And even going all the way down into New Mexico, October 9th. So again, I said this would be a very cold, snowy year. And I don't know how much snow we're going to get. I don't know that we're going to have records because when it gets really cold, the snow gets locked up in the polar areas, right? So we're going to grand solar minimum once we see basically the poles shift, right? Whenever that is, 2030, somewhere around that time frame, then we're going to see some real major changes. All right, so that's kind of my guesstimate on that. There's a couple, like I said, couple hurricanes that are kind of like forming just east of Florida. Looked like they made just kind of brush past the United States. Seems like everything's getting pushed, right? But we're still in that area, that zone where we normally get some significant earthquake or hurricane activity. All right, so just be heads up. Weather patterns are starting to build. That's right, Deborah. And Deborah, you're a smarty. What to put you up here? All right, so Deborah gets the Smarty Award today because she seems to be on top of things. Good job, Deborah. All right, so yeah, Burr's coming, Lenny. We need Nasara. So Nasara doesn't come, obviously, until basically everything gets wrecked, right? And Trump's like, okay, yeah, the Fed really screwed things up. We're taking it down, and we're giving everybody some money, right? Because we have lots of gold. And they've been stealing it from us for a long time. We got it back. And here's a piece for all the people that aren't rioting in Democrat cities. And the Democrats would be like, what? The Democrats always gave us money. Now they're not. That's why we're rioting. You're going to give it to everybody else. We're going to riot even more now because that's the way we do things. Because you said Tylenol. So all of our women that were pregnant are taking Tylenol. And of course, that's the way, Trump derangement syndrome works. You don't get the money. You don't get the money by being stupid, right? You got to be part of the team. All right. Okay, guys, that's all I got for tonight. Lots of love. Still more and more revelations are coming in. It's incredible, isn't it? All the stuff that's happening now. It's so thrilling. These are the things that we've all been waiting for. And here they are. I think they're happening in the most perfect time. And that's the way we always want it. This or something better in its most perfect time, right? This or something better in its most perfect time. Now, it may work out to be a little bit further out than we'd like. It's funny. I was at an event where this guy was like, he talked to God, and God told him a lot of good stuff. So he taught his young daughter how to do that. So she talked to God, and he taught her to do that, and she did it for the first time. And she was like, not what I wanted to hear. And he's like, well, what? You can share it with me. And she's like, they said that I wasn't going to get boobs till I was 14. So I don't know. I think she was like 11 or 12 or something like that. But, you're not always going to get what you want when you want it. Sometimes it's going to come in its perfect timing, right? So good stuff. All right, guys. Lots of love. Stay in the love vibration. And I will see you guys next time. Type. Why people on TikTok think the rapture is coming and that the world is ending this week. A South African pastor says Jesus Christ himself delivered the news. The rapture is here. That is, according to worshipers on TikTok. People are convinced that the end of days will take place between today, September 23rd, and tomorrow, September 25th, and have prepared to act accordingly. All right. So the phenomenon stems from the evangelical Christian belief that Jesus Christ will return to earth and ascend to heaven with only his truest believers, leaving the unsaved behind to endure God's judgment for 7 years. All right. So September 23rd, today and tomorrow. So will we make it all the way through September 24th and at midnight and nothing happens? Well, maybe nothing happens for most of us, right? But there's a few people, what was it, 144,000, I think, that do the rapture. So only the true believers will rise up with Jesus Christ, right? So, you know, these things have come and gone over the years. It is just another hype, I believe. But there are some very, I would say, decent influencers that are actually talking about it as well. One of those is Judy Green. Prophecy for today, September 23rd. Many people are getting raptured worldwide. September 24th, 2025, the end has begun. So I don't listen to her all the time, but I have in the past. She's done fairly well in prognostications. She's followed by quite a lot of people. I think she's got millions of subscribers. Now the one I'm looking at right here is probably somebody that stole her video, but her videos are, I think she has millions of followers, right? So she's, I guess she's prophesying that it's a possibility that's going to happen. Now, another one is Bo Pony. Bo Pony can put some outrageous stuff out there. He has also been accurate in some things. So let's listen. And this seems interesting, all the connections, whether you're looking at this as a possible rapture event coming today and tomorrow, or whether, you know, it's just another one of those, you know, promises that people make that don't come true. So let's look at this.
Cataclysmic end times related movies, you see this very subliminal but very clear message of September 22nd, 23rd, and 24th.
Seeking a friend at the end of the world, an asteroid strikes on September 22nd, 23rd, and ends the world. The movie Deep Impact, starring Morgan Freeman. The asteroid would strike on 9/22. Evan Almighty, he said the date of the flood is September 22nd. Is that when it's going to happen? September 22nd, midday? The movie Knowing, the date of September 22nd and 23rd, the Earth is destroyed by a solar flare. Little Shop of Horrors, you had this September 23rd event that humans will encounter a deadly threat. The movie Tomorrowland, disaster strikes on September 23rd. In NCIS, Do They Know 23? No. In Jim Carrey's movie 23, he mentions the date September 23rd as the day that hell arrives. In the TV show Sleepy Hollow, September 23rd, a new dimension is opened.
September 23rd, 1780.
Evil is released on September 23rd in the movie Ghostbusters. This is the End with Seth Rogen. September 23rd is the day that the rapture happens. On September 23rd, in the movie Labyrinth, evil consumes the world on September 23rd. Black Eyed Peas video, the calendar of the month. It goes all the way up to like September 22nd, and then it just stops. The TV show Lost, the plane crashes on a remote island on September 22nd. What was the date? September 22nd. Was September 22nd.
The day to remember is coming. It is rapidly approaching as the summer is ending. As the summer is ending. This day will change everything, and your life will never be the same. It will be a marker in history, and everything in your life will be different before and after this day. This is the day you have been praying, hoping, and believing for. Fear not, as there will be much confusion and much will happen in one day. I am the great I am, and there is nothing that I can't do.
But this is for you, says the Lord. The tide is turning for you. A very strange thing shall happen in September. Moving into the fall where there shall be a great fall. fall of the enemies, fall of kings, fall of princes. Watch and see, for God says beginning in September, I will turn everything around, and my people shall see an intervention of a kind that they have never seen before.
This decade will be the decade that you will never, ever understand how it started out one way and it finished out to be the greatest decade in human history. And 2025 is going to go down as the year everything changed.
All right, so that seems accurate. So we've definitely seen some major changes, and maybe we're at that precipice point, you know, where we saw the Charlie Kirk event. It's basically pointing us in the right direction, or is it taking down the deep state? Now, President Trump was at the UN earlier. He was hammering the deep state of the UN, right? UN address. He was just going off. I heard a lot of it. I haven't watched the whole thing yet, but you know, of course, there's some people think he may fool himself, depending on which ABC. So, full speech, Trump addresses United Nations General Assembly. Now, ABC is owned by Disney. And, you know, Jimmy Kimmel basically got canceled. And now he's back on a week later, 6 days later, week later, whatever. And a lot of the affiliates, ABC affiliates, have refused to broadcast his show. Lots of them, right? The ones that have the most affiliates and have the most viewers. So there was one, I guess the young man that supposedly could replace Charlie Kirk. He's saying that from what he was hearing, that if they had not allowed Charlie Kirk to come back on, there would be rioting by leftists and they would destroy businesses, right? So they're looking for an excuse, in my opinion, right? So Jimmy Kimmel, really? Right? You're going to riot over Jimmy Kimmel? So they're looking for an excuse now, guys. It could be rapture time. Jimmy Kimmel doesn't come on tonight. We could see the rapture tonight, right? So just be ready. Be ready. You might be the one that gets chosen. You might go up to heaven, right? All right. I'm not making fun of it. It is, it's, you know, people have their beliefs. It is what it is, right? Now, if Jesus came and said, it's time for you to go, who am I to argue? You know, so I would like, sir, yes, sir. And I'd be gone. So if I'm not here tomorrow, or the next day, I guess it's could happen the next day too. It could be because I did the rapture thing, right? So I don't know. I don't think I rate that strongly, but who knows? You never know. All right. So Trump on ABC, there is talk of ABC going bye-bye. Now, we've heard about some of these mainstream media types going away. So Disney, there was a woman on, I was watching one of what was it? CNBC or something, one of those, the business news channels. And they had this one person on that was talking about how Disney could let them go because they're basically a drain on Disney's bottom line. And if they did away with them, because Disney, of course, has its own channel, and who watches ABC anymore, you know, or NBC or CNN, they could just all go away and everybody be like, oh, when did they go away? So, and they've been gone for a year. I didn't even know. I never watched them. All right. That's the way most people are now. So if ABC goes away, it will be one of those things that we've talked about in the past where we're going to see legacy media go away, right? So ABC News, is still reporting. Fox News, Trump addresses world leaders at UN General Assembly. Trump lectures world leaders at UN. That's CNN, of course. He lectures them. He tells them how they're effed up, right? He goes after the deep state. He's telling them, you guys are all effed up. You've been letting all these people come into your countries, and you're still letting them come into your countries. We stopped that, right? And we're sending them back. But you guys still let them come into your countries. Now, he talked about like London going Sharia law. And I hadn't heard that. Maybe, Trump goes, he just basically blows things up out of proportion sometimes to get attention and get people looking at that. But imagine that. Now, I could see that happening in a couple of, cities here in America. And we got Somalis that are basically taking over, cities, Muslim extremists in Texas. So in New York. So now a lot of these places could definitely, if Trump is basically saying Sharia law shouldn't be happening, we might see some of these extremists here in the United States start to get their packing orders, right? Time to pack your bags and get out of town and go back to where you're from. Because he said that. He said they shouldn't be coming here with their problems and causing problems. And if they are, then they need to go back home and fix their problem there, right? Not bring their problems here. So it sounds like we may see some of these cities that have been taken over by Muslim and they're extremists, in my opinion, if they're talking, putting in mosques and, I can tell you, you do not, I just drank a big old thing of fresh juice, so blended. So that's kind of tickling me. But you do not want to hear mosques going off 5 times a day. I've lived through that for a long period of time. It's not pleasant, right? No, I love church bells. I don't know why there's a difference there. There's some people that have done and I'm very suspect about these tests, but they have said they have done the Muslim call to prayer, and it's of a good vibration. I don't get that feeling at all when I listen to it, because a lot of times it wakes me up. When I first come in the country, eventually I get to the point where it doesn't bother me anymore. It's just like, background noise. But I don't get a good feeling from it. Church bells. I remember being in Beirut. Church bells. I remember when I was a little kid, we still had a lot of churches that had bells. Why did they take the bells away? Right? They should bring it back, because I love the sound of those bells, and those bells resonated at high vibrational frequencies. So I don't get that from the Muslims, and I'm not trying to ding their religion. I don't really do that in any religion. It is what it is. All right. So, but here in the United States, there's some of these Muslim, I call them extremists, that are here in the United States. They're basically saying that these towns are ours now, and we will go Sharia. Sharia law is like, no, right? We have a constitutional law here in America, and bringing in Sharia law is not good. So anyway, President Trump was talking about that, how you Europeans are letting these extremists come in and basically tell you, after thousands of years of building your culture, you're allowing another culture to come in and basically tell you what to do. Not good, he's saying. And I agree with him. All right. So now President Trump, I heard him talking about how he had put in a bid for basically updating the UN. And it was a $500 million bid. And he said he would have made marble floors. He would have made the thing stunning. It would have been beautiful. And they didn't want his bid, and they took a bid that was for a lot more. And they paid out $2.5 billion, of course, and they don't have marble floors, and they have an escalator. He even mentioned it. says, I came in, your escalator doesn't even work. It looks like they're still working on the building. So after 10 years, however long it's been. And he says, and I'm looking at the teleprompter. His teleprompter doesn't work either. So, yeah, it's a mess. So we know that wokesters and leftists, everything breaks and doesn't work. So the UN, I say it needs to go bye-bye. All right. Everywhere that I went where the UN was, guys, overseas, they hated the UN. Of course, we're told that the UN goes around the world and creates peace. But President Trump was talking about how the UN funded all of these illegal immigrants coming into the United States and other countries. The UN funded it. So we pay the UN? I say, stop that bullshit. No. That thing needs to go bye-bye. All right. It was started by the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds anyway, to basically control the world. New World Order. That's why they started the UN. It looks like they were pretty successful until Donald Trump came into America, at least. So he's basically scolding everybody that you guys are allowing the UN to basically fund people all over the world to come into your countries and basically make you subservient to these people that are coming into your country that have horrific, they're running from countries that are horrific on many different levels. And they're bringing that to your country and you're allowing that. So I thought that was really good. He said a lot of other things, of course. He scolded the UN. He scolded the Europeans and a lot of other stuff. So I'll be looking at more of that conversation he had. I thought it was personally, I think it was fantastic. It was basically an exposing the deep state, right? And how it's just taking over the world and causing problems all over the world, and the people, and that everybody needs to be aware of it. Now Trump also talked about how Russia, he's basically, he told the European Union, you guys need to buy oil from us. That'll put Russia out of business and they won't be able to afford the war anymore. But the European Union is like, screw you. We're going to go ahead and keep buying Russian oil. Now, it's crazy to me because they blew up the pipeline that was bringing Russian oil in at a very, very low rate, right? And a lot of the European countries have really taken it on the chin for that. So now it's being shipped through different suppliers. And of course, it's going through tankers and it goes through intermediaries because they're not supposed to buy from Russia, but Russia sells to intermediaries. So it ups the price. And then intermediaries bring in the oil and the Europeans buy it. So, and Trump said that this is unbelievable. It's probably the first time it's ever been done where one side actually pays for the other side to go to war against it. Of course, we know that Ford Motor Company during World War II helped build tanks and all kind of crazy stuff for the Nazis. So maybe not the first time, but there has definitely been some funding anomalies, and Trump was saying this is the way he fixed it. So now Trump is like, screw it. He's just throwing, like he normally does. He's just throwing all kind of crazy comments, and that's just basically to throw people off balance. And he's a master at that. Some of us are thrown off balance. We're like, nice shot, right? Charlie Kirk, that was a nice shot, all right? Not literally, of course, but figuratively, the way they worked all that. 11 days. In 11 days, they had one of the biggest Super Bowls ever, right? So that stadium that they're at, the State Farm, all right, it's a farm. The State Farm Stadium there in Arizona, basically, it's had I think 7 different Super Bowls there, something like that. I saw that. I don't know. I don't know. So they did a Super Bowl that had more people view it than any Super Bowl. there's like 100,000 people that were there. I guess they did. I look where on a Telegram post where they recorded 177,000. Was that accurate? Something like that. I'd have to pull it up. 177,000. No, 277,000. I'm looking at it right now. So it says our tech partners tracked over 277,000 devices in and around State Farm Stadium yesterday. They came from all across the country because Charlie pointed us all to Christ just before the rapture, right? So, and in his martyrdom, given us the courage to do the same, right? So, nice little post. You could take that multiple ways, of course, that they're basically spying on us, right? So, how far does that go? I don't know. They've been spying on us for so long, and it's like, all right. But that doesn't make it good. That doesn't make it right, of course. But anyway, so 277,000 devices that were there for the Charlie Kirk event. So we heard there was 100,000 that were watching. But in and around there were 277,000. Now, there was another thing that I saw where 100 million people had watched it. 100 million people. So not only can they follow 277,000 around the State Farm, but they can also follow and see 100 million people all over the world. Right? So that's interesting. So a lot of people, I think, going in a positive way. We'll see, how it goes in the future. But regardless, President Trump is like throwing stuff around, right? About Russia. It's like Ukraine could have all of the land that Russia took. No, not ever again. So I don't know what he's about, but that's the way Trump works. He throws everybody off balance, and they're like, "Where's he going with that?" But somebody probably knows. Probably the deep state knows. All right, the deep state knows that Trump and Russia are working together. All right, so let's look at the military summary, and let's look at how Russia is basically taking apart the Nazis in Russia or in Ukraine. Well, part of the new Russia, I guess. So here we have all these different cities that have fallen. All right, military summary. Kalnadisk has fallen. Berezine has fallen. The decisive moment of the offensive. The battle for Novopolivka has begun. Berezove has fallen. Devastating strike. Serebryanka forest has fallen. The key battle began. So, as you guys can see, the Zaporizhia counteroffensive, massive daylight strike all across the country. So it looks like Russia is doing some serious ass kissing, or kicking, not kissing, but kicking, all right? Kicking some serious ass, all right? I would want to be on the winning side, all right? I never thought that Ukraine was going to win. I always thought they were losers, and they were proving that. So we saw their Battle of the Bulge. I pointed that out where Ukraine basically went into a very small area of the border. That's like, if you looked at like the Canadians coming down through a little forest in Montana and saying, look, we took so much of the United States. That's kind of what Ukraine did. And then they got spanked, right? They get mauled, just like the Germans during the Battle of the Bulge. And I said, this will be Ukraine's Battle of the Bulge, because after the Germans did the Battle of the Bulge, it was like their Hail Mary, just threw the ball up there and hopefully one of their guys catches it. It didn't happen. The other side caught the ball, and they're running it back into the end zone and scoring, right? So this is basically what's happening, Russia against Ukraine. Now, let's look at some other posts. There were at one time a lot of posts from Ukrainian lovers, and now, speaking of Ukrainian lovers, remember that one guy that was at the Trump Doral? Was it Doral or one of his golf courses, and was attempting maybe to shoot him as he came by, and he was discovered, and then he ran away, and they caught him. Just went through trial, I guess, and they convicted him of all counts. So he tried to take a pin and stab himself in the neck in the carotid. What's going on with that neck stuff, right? That girl on the train got stabbed in the neck. We had Charlie Kirk got shot in the neck. And then we have this knucklehead basically tried to stab himself in the neck with a pin, and he got stopped. So, yes, I don't know what this neck thing is. It's like trying to control speech, I believe. That's what I think. It's a speech thing. All right, whatever it is, it's very odd, quite unanomalous at this point that there's been all these attacks against throats, right? Speaking centers. All right, so Ruslan Bevlov, he says disaster in Kupiansk. 700 Ukrainian soldiers trapped. Russian army seized the majority of the city. Collapse in Seversk. Russian forces encircled the city, cutting off Ukraine's last escape route. Total chaos in Ukraine, mass surrender as soldiers raise white flags. Zelensky in agony. Kupiansk and Seversk, all but lost. Soldiers eye march on Kyiv. Pokrovsk, defense collapses. Russian forces enter the city from a new direction. So there's been a lot of defenses that have been set up, and the Russians are just going around them and cutting off their supply lines. So the pincer movement stuff that I talked about many years ago, I said the Russians need to do pincer movements, and here they are. They're doing it very successful over the last year and a half. I think about a year and a half ago, I said the Russians will now start an offense that will basically take all of Ukraine, and eventually they will be in Kyiv, and Putin will come and celebrate on Christmas, right? So I don't know which Christmas that's going to be, if it's going to be this one or next one or what, but it's getting close. It's getting close. 3 cities on the brink of encirclement. Panic sweeps across Ukraine as Russia seeks a decisive blow. So at some point, they're going to pretty much destroy the Ukraine army. They've done that in many areas, and they've moved very quickly across the landscape. But at some point, they're going to like really take out. There's another major city before Kyiv, Kharkiv, I think it is, and it's got like over 1.5 million people in it. So I think they're moving basically all around it and moving closer to it. I think they take that city. It's going to be the end. It's going to be the end. I think they take the port city of Ukraine within the next several months. They're definitely moving in that direction, just like I predicted. So all the things that I predicted are about to come true. So the Russians have their supply chain set up better than Ukraine. Yes, Richard, absolutely. So, and they not only the supply chain, but also they can create supplies. They can create supplies faster than the entire NATO alliance combined, even the United States. So they're producing more helicopters, more shells, more bullets, more missiles, bigger missiles, aircraft, everything on a massive scale that dwarfs anything that any other NATO country can throw at them, right? So that's, to me, I'm going to welcome the end of this because unfortunately, you know, no one, once you've been in battle, you're like, this is all bullshit, right? So, but unfortunately, sometimes you have to do it. It will happen in U.S. cities coming up, right? That's coming. So it's coming. When it happens remains to be seen, but it's moving very, very quickly in that direction. Now, I think we're going to see their arrest coming soon, very soon. Everything seems to be lining up for that. All right. There's different talk that's coming from different people about how other people like Joe Biden, you know, took a $200,000 payoff. Marjorie Taylor Greene was talking about that. I posted that on my X. So a lot of the stuff is getting exposed. So they've already got all these guys. Of course, I think Joe Biden gone long ago, but they still have to put a lot of this information out for the people that haven't awakened yet, right? So the Charlie Kirk incident. So now a lot of people believe this really happened. It's okay. I don't care. It doesn't make you smarter or less smart if you, either way. The main thing that's happening is more people are waking up and moving in a direction that is going to destroy the Luciferian deep state, right? So, and that's the way it has to be. And I look at those two trees back there. I don't have horns on my head. So got somebody in there's like, look, he's got horns on his head. But no, they're like, remember Julius Caesar, how he had that when you win? That's more like that, right? whatever that thing is that you put around your head. It's the crown of winning. What is that? Somebody throw that in there. So who's going to win? Who's going to win? The little thing that you wear when you're successful in battle and you come in. So somebody's, I'm not going to do it right now, but anyway, it'll pop up here. It's a wreath, not a wreath, but kind of like that. Laurel leaves. Yep. Yes. Laurel leaves. Yep. The wreath of laurel, something like that. Right. So, and then, sometimes they would have somebody who would hold it over their head when they're in the chariot. So it wouldn't fall off or whatever. I don't know. Of ivy. No. So it's laurel leaves. Yes. So a lot of you guys got it. Thank you. Not a tiara. No, that's a women thing. And not a crown of thorns or thorns, but the wreath crown of yes. Laurel leaves. All right. Laurel leaf crown something. All right. That was fun. Thank you. It's fun to get involved here, right? Yeah. So that's what that is. So the laurel leaves of victory, because I feel victorious always. Right? Got to have that mindset, right? All right. So San Francisco. Now, San Francisco is collapsing. A lot of housing prices. I did a show earlier where I basically gave everybody why you should not be in real estate. And if you got out of real estate 2 years ago, like I said, and invested your winnings in real estate into silver, which I know a lot of people did, and got out of the stock market for most part, not completely, because I didn't think it would go up this much, but it has, and I've done well with it. I do well when it goes up and down, up and down. It's like, it's going to go down now. So I'm not perfect, but I do quite well, right? So, and those good, when I win in the stock market and I get the laurel leaf crown in the stock market and in crypto, I take those winnings and I put it in silver, right? And then I invest some more, and then it grows, and I put more in silver, and silver's doing so good now. All right, so from that wealth, massive wealth that's being built in silver, more than any, beyond my wildest dreams. But thank you, God. I listen to God now. I stopped trying to believe that I was smarter. So a lot of you guys are still out there thinking you're smarter. Listen more to you, the intuitives. All right, whether they're women, which are very good at intuition naturally, unless it's worked out of you, right? And then you can do my courses and get back to it. But most people that go into intuition never go back, right? So you're like, God, I was so stupid back then. Why didn't I go to intuition earlier? God, all that school training and friends and family, they don't always have good meaning or good intentions, because they want you to fail like them, right? Like they are failing. So if you want to do well, the intuitive, and it works out really good. All right, and/or listen to intuitives, and that will work out really well for you as well. So here is some information about San Francisco. Now, this is Scott Walters. He actually wrote to me and said, "Thank you for, talk about me on your show." I rarely ever get anybody say thank you because I promote them, unless they do a show with me, and then they're very thankful because then they like blow up, right? I remember I had one person on, and this is just one person. I have dozens and dozens have this story, but they came on and they've been on many shows and they talked about their product, and I thought they had a really good product, and then I remember seeing them like over a year later, and they said, we did your show and we basically just stepped away from everything else we were doing because we had so much that came in that we were extremely successful. Thank you. So Scott Walters, very appreciative. And he doesn't have to be, I think he got great information. So let's listen to a little bit of it.
They still warrant the same prices. I think these prices are still somehow going to be able to be achieved. And they're not. We're seeing the days on market spike. We're seeing price reductions spike. Cool off in a reverse course in the housing market. And San Francisco is a massive, massive trouble. So without further ado, let's jump over, take a look at a current listing in San Francisco. Then we're going to meet back here and wrap it up. Let's get started.
All right, friends, buckle up, strap in, roll up your windows, and lock your door.
All right, so all those are distressed properties in San Francisco. A year ago, this chart wouldn't exist. No one would have thought this except for me. Right, that I said 2 years ago, things are going to get really bad. It's time to get out, get your money. But people think that these bubbles will continue to blow up and forever. And of course, history's not been kind with people that think that way, right? So Scott does a really good job of explaining this one, and this repeats itself all over the country. Now, this is just one condo, but we have condos all across the country, especially in big cities like this.
So we bring up today's crash map, courtesy of our good fuzzy friends over at Zillow. Everything on your screen is, in fact, stuck on the market, chasing the market, going through price reductions. Let's jump over and take a look at today's featured San Francisco listing. All right, let's go ahead and tour today's property. And as you can see, this is, in fact, a luxury condo. But what you can't see is this property is actually unoccupied. It's sucking air. No owner, no tenant, no nobody. This thing is actually vacant, been staged. And unfortunately, they're paying for a property to be staged while it sits stuck on the market. They are bleeding dollars in a massive, massive way. But it gets better or worse, depending on how you look at it. Let's go ahead and dig in to some of the numbers. Today's luxury San Francisco, California condo sits stuck on the market at approximately 2.6.
All right, so this is what's been happening for a lot of properties. People saw, the massive spike that happened after the Fed dumped massive amounts of money into the system, made free money for everybody, and a lot of people took advantage of that. I never got any of that. That's okay. I'm not held accountable to taxes or anything like that because of that. Now, a lot of people have also not paid their mortgages on a massive scale. During the Biden administration, he made it a law that people couldn't be foreclosed on, and they could continue to basically sit on property and not pay. So we're going to see on October 1st a massive shift in a lot of these people that have been taking advantage of this for a very long time, in the millions. So this is going to flood the market with even more housing that's already higher. The housing that's on the market right now is even higher than 2008 timeframe, where we had a stock market crash because of a market in housing turned down. Now we still have the market, like the, crypto and all that stuff. We have stocks and so forth that are still going up. Crypto's going back down a little bit. I think that's a buying opportunity for a lot of those people out there that are kind of pushing it down so they can get in at a lower rate before it goes up. But we're seeing the stock market pull back just slightly. It hit new highs today. All three indices hit new highs, and it's basically pulled back a little bit before it goes higher again. All right. Now, you're going to continue to see the stock market go up. So if you're still in stocks, you're still going to see some benefit from that, but you should be taking some of that money and should take a percentage of that and have it in silver, because silver's up over 50% so far this year. And stock market is not. All right. Stock market, I think since Trump came into office, is up 21%, and that's a NASDAQ. That's a lot less than 50%. All right. So if you guys have been following me when I said it's time to get out of the stock market and get into silver, and a couple of years ago where I said it's time to get out of housing and get into silver, you would be extremely happy with me, and you should be. All right. But if you haven't listened to that yet, it's not too late. Right. So you can still take advantage of this. And the time right now is 5:55. So that means I'm right. Right. So doesn't mean I'm right. It just means God shines on these things and says, look over here, look at that number. You're helping people. So that's the way I look at it. Anyway, this property right here was around 5 million, and they're slow rolling the numbers down because they think that it's going to turn around and go back up. Right. But they're still trying to get out at, a decent price. So he goes on and he points that out. Now this has a HOA, a housing fee that you have to pay. That's almost $4,000 a month. $4,000 a month in homeowner, whatever that thing is, HOA. All right, so crazy. Who wants to do that? Nobody. It's probably gone up, just like in Florida. It's gone up massively, the HOAs. So that's another reason not to buy right now. All right, now look at this price right here.
2.5 million. They're stuck on the market.
All right, so they started putting this on the market back when it was almost 5 million, over $4 million. It's down 42% in the last 2 years. So again, if you listen to Mike and put your money in silver, you wouldn't be like in this particular piece of property. If it were to sell right now, they would be down. I don't know where they got in at, but from the high, they would be down 42%. Now, if they had invested in silver over the last couple of years, it's up over 100%, right? Doubled. So which would you rather do? 42% down in the hole or 100% positive? That's 150% round trip, right? Just about. So that's some of the things that I like to point out to help you guys become the masters of your reality, like I talk about in my first intuition course. Become the master of your reality. So this is the way you do it. You start to look at these things, and you're like, "That's housing's bullshit." So I'm not gonna buy a house. I'm going to rent because I won't be paying all the crazy, homeowner fees or, insurance that's skyrocketing, tripling, doubling, quadrupling, doubling, tripling, quadrupling. Should have gone in that direction. But same thing with, taxes. Taxes have been going sky high because everything's been going up. So if you've been sitting on the sidelines and just renting and waiting to ambush, right, instead of running out in the field and getting slaughtered, which a lot of people have been, it would definitely work in your favor. Now, we're going to continue to see some problems with the weather. I think the good guys have been maybe keeping it at bay, or maybe the deep state is like, let them get comfortable, right? And we're not only we're going to hit them with crazy weather, but we're also going to hit them with earthquakes and tsunamis and all kinds, and not just in America. I'm talking the world, right? So there was another massive hurricane still out in the Atlantic. I think it got up to Cat 4. It's curling around and it's heading for Europe, right? So just because the United States thinks it's okay, Europe's going to get that. Europe's going to get a lot of rain, right? And a lot of snow. So snow is going to start falling in the next few days. Because remember, Mike said we're probably going to see hurricanes and snow, right? Colorado is going to get some snow here in the next few days. Colorado mountains. Now look at this. Here's a couple of hurricanes that could possibly impact the U.S.
Update that Invest 94L has shifted a little bit further towards the west, showing an even more westward push going towards western Bahamas potentially, and maybe even affecting the east coast of Florida. Still could get pushed out through the east-northeast, but it could be really close towards the coast, or it could turn inland, getting blocked by the high pressure and going west instead of east. Showing it is at 60% still in the next 7 days, 20% in the next 48 hours. Still spreading heavy rainfall off and start strengthening up, and it could wobble towards the west a little bit, or more than likely get pulled out through the north still. And you can see right past this, it could go right towards the coast, either a little bit west towards Georgia, so towards South Carolina. You've seen a big group here of a lot of strong possibilities of something to form up.
Wow, look at all those hurricanes. No, that's just different models where it shows potentials. So you see heading down to Key West, all the way up in Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, different strengths, all kind of crazy stuff. Doesn't mean it's going to happen like the rapture. It may or may not happen, right? So just something to just be aware of. But, you know, I saw a lot of these things hitting the United States and they haven't yet. You know, but there's been many times where I thought I was wrong, but I ended up being right. So, it looks like things are really going to turn around on those, and they're really going to get slammed very hard. The people that push that, I think a lot of them have already gone bye-bye. All right, Fauci and Bricks and Burks or Burks. I think she's gone. Because it was like a totally different person, kind of like you know, that person that plays Charlie Kirk's wife. There's like a couple different ones, and I know some of you guys don't want to hear it, but you know, you gotta wake up to this stuff. Because I look at President Trump saying, screw Russia. I'm like, we know that you guys are working together, right? And you're taking down Ukraine, you're taking down NATO Nazis and so forth. But you know, he has to play the game to a certain extent. He has to make those comments like Operation Warp Speed, all the different things that happen. I think those are fantastic. Those were basically taking down the deep state, little by little, right? Central casting, that's right. So you guys know, President Trump talked about central casting a lot. Look at central casting. Look at him, central casting. Central casting. He said central casting so many times. He doesn't say anymore because he's like, he's already told us. If you're not aware of it by now, it's like you'll catch up eventually. But meantime, you know, we see a lot of this stuff and we're like, oh yeah. And we're taking care of business. We're getting you know, some of our stock in silver, some of our money out of the stocks, but in silver. And selling our houses before they collapse. So we're doing the right things. There's a lot of different things. That's it. Yeah. Did somebody say that I'm Michael Jacob 2.0? And that is, yes, MJ, they're gone. But there were people that were saying I was 2.0. Remember that? And that was when I started using LifeWave, right? So they're like, oh, that guy's so young. He's got to be 2.0. And I was like, oh, it's so funny. And I remember Juan O'Savin was like, give me shit about it. And I was like, Juan, they said the same thing about you. And then they said that I'd been taken down to Guantanamo and executed. And I was like, I forget what they said. I had the option of being hung or shot, and I chose to be shot or shot. I hung. I don't know which one. And then Juan was laughing at me. Jacob. I was like, oh, really? So I showed Juan where that guy had said the same thing about him. And he's like, oh. Yeah, it's all fun and games until the real shit hits the fan, and they're getting it, right? So it's going to be good. Yes, it's going to be good. Now let's look at the Drudge Report. So Drudge, which used to be the thing, it was the only one. I remember when I was in the CIA, we would be like, what's the Drudge say today? You know, we'd be talking about the Drudge Report, and then they sold it to like liberals. Like, what the fuck? Of course, you know, I used to talk like that, but sorry about that. I slipped. All right, slipped back in my old ways. All right, and let's look at this clown show of you know, online magazine or news. In major shift, Trump now thinks Ukraine can win back all of its territory taken by Russia. Yes, it's part of the movie, right? So that you guys like Drudge and ABC and CNN will report on that. And everybody will go when Russia wins and takes over all of Ukraine and the deep state's done because they threw everything at it. Not even Poland. Poland has said they're not going to send anybody because they were saying they're going to send 10,000 people into the border and into Russia or into Ukraine. Now they're saying, no. All right. We've already lost thousands of Polish that have changed uniform and put on the Ukrainian uniform and got slaughtered at the Russian front. We're not going to do that anymore. And that's happened with Brits and French and Americans and you name it. There's been quite a slaughter fest at the Russian front, just like in World War II. If someone screwed up, they sent them to the Russian front. Oh, yeah, you're going to the Russian front. Well, but I thought I was doing good. No, Hitler said no. He didn't like the fact that you were doing good, and he looked bad because you're doing so good. So we're going to send you to the Russian front. That's kind of the way the deep state is, and the Democrats and the leftists. They always lose because they're stupid, right? Eventually, they're going to do stupid. So when you know that, then you start to look at stuff like that, like Trump now thinks Ukraine could win back to blah, blah, blah. Like, you guys are screwed up. You're stupid. Ruthlessly mocks Paper Tiger Moscow. Yeah, like all that stuff I showed you. They're Paper Tiger, right? Yeah, okay. He knows. Dumps Putin. Relationship didn't mean anything. Because he was basically trying to get, you know, the exposed NATO, which he did. Because he said, we can win this war if you buy fuel from the United States. It was going to cost them, but they would have destroyed Russia. But they wanted to go with cheaper, and so they're funding the war. They're funding the war. So he exposed that. See how that works? And now they're saying, Trump said they could take it all back. So it's like, God, I love it. I love how he works them. So he went scorched earth, like I talk about the UN. Your countries are going to hell. Right? They are. They're satanic. They've taken in satanic rulership and so forth. Reveals plan for AI to control biological weapons, escalator brakes, teleprompter brakes. You know, it's a shit show at the UN. He could have fixed it for $500 million and made it way better. Marble floors, and they don't have marble floors. They got like cheap ass floors, and everything's breaking. Now look at this: New York City telecom threat foiled. Cache of devices plot to crash cell network. So the UN, with, of course, their deep staters, you know, they're supporting the deep state. So they were basically stopping 911 calls in certain areas through the UN, so that their gangs could make money stealing and so forth. And this is happening across New York, where gangs are, going into malls and all kind of crazy stuff, stealing, going in houses, stealing. This is happening on a massive scale in California now. And I'm going to show a little bit of that. All right. So this is Cash Jordan. He doesn't need any help from me promoting his site because he's got 1.5 million people, right? But it is good to point out, people that are really doing a good job. And I think Cash is he makes really good videos, right? He takes information, puts it together, and, it's kind of like me. He laughs about it. He makes fun of the stupid people that, do all this stuff. So let's watch a little bit of that. Gangs empty LA Plaza as California's let them loot policy implodes.
Top of that sanctuary state status, things just keep going in the wrong direction.
Law enforcement arrested 3 members of a burglary crew from South America. Police tell us this crew is linked to burglaries across Southern California.
Now, 3 people taken into custody around 2 this afternoon on Fremont Street, right in front of the Da Vinci Apartments. In fact, one of the people in custody, detectives say, lives in the apartment complex. Detectives with the Ventura County Sheriff's Department say they've been working this case for some time and decided to make the arrest when they saw the 3 alleged thieves.
So right off the bat, these criminals, they've been breaking into homes and apartments for over a month now. And the news also tells us that they're not from the United States. And here they are committing these home invasions in a place that protects people from deportation and won't turn you over to ICE if they arrest you, which makes you wonder if the sanctuary status criminals enjoy has anything to do with what attracts them to a place like this, where once they arrive, they find out that local laws are generally powerless to stop criminals because, as the news tells us, there's just so much crime going on all the time.
All right, so when I was in the casino business as a security manager, we would have people that would burglarize the casino. We'd have it on video. We had all the proof. We would stop them and hold them for law enforcement. Law enforcement would show up, and if they, and this is in Utah, California was a lot worse. They had the same policies, which was right across the street, California. But, and if we had somebody that would run over to California, we'd be like, there's no way we're going to be able to get them back. So California, we had really good relationship with the Utah police, but not so much with California, right? California, their laws are just like handcuff the police. So if they came in to the casino and they stole something, it had to be on a certain threshold. It had to be above $995. So anything below that, they would give them a misdemeanor and let them go. If it was above that, and we could prove that, then they would arrest them. That's crazy, right? What the F, right? If they steal a little boy or a little girl's doll or his little drum set or whatever, they should go to jail, right? But they would come in and steal, and we basically run them off and don't come back, even though they said we get the stuff back from them because we had security monitoring cameras and everything. It's like these guys are stealing, so we come in and kind of like sneak up on them and then catch them. It's like, okay, put it back. And don't come back ever again, or we'll arrest you for trespassing. So, and that's how we would get a lot of people, trespassing. So we give them warning. They come back on property. It's like, no, we caught you stealing. You have to leave the property. We'd have to give them 3 warnings, 3 trespass warnings. And then we could arrest them, and we could arrest them for trespass. That was most of what we would arrest people for. So people come in and all drunk and falling down and, cussing and trying to start fights. We basically tell them, all right, we wouldn't arrest them for drunk in public. We would arrest them for trespassing. We'd say, okay, you need to leave because you're a drunken idiot. You know, I wouldn't say that, but when I showed up, everybody calmed down and they're like, yes, sir, we're out. So, but you know, my staff, they, you know, would argue with them and so forth. But we would, the ones that were really bad, I would say, okay, I'm giving you a trespass warning. You have to leave. And they would like argue. It's like, you don't have the right to like make me leave. Like they had some kind of right to be there and be an asshole and cause problems and steal and cause fights and all that bullshit, right? So I was like, no, you have to leave. Here's your second warning. Ever give you a third, we're going to arrest you. And that's how we arrested most people, for trespassing, right? So all of this criminal activity that you see, unless it meets a certain threshold, they can't be arrested. And they have to have it on their person when the police catch them, or they get off. Crazy.
It's impossible to lock up everybody at once. But what's truly shocking is these people, they've been on a spree for over a month, and they had to get to the top of the criminal food chain here to even get any police attention. That's how overwhelmed law enforcement is. But now the problem is these folks are being taken into custody by a legal system that intends to release them as quickly as possible.
Up into an unoccupied parked car. That's when they were taken into custody. People who live in the Da Vinci apartment say they are thankful everything happened without anyone getting hurt.
We heard that they tracked down a criminal organization and some of those people were living in our building. So I'm very happy to hear that they've been found out and taken care of. I would say in general, we don't have really any fear or concern living in this building.
Well, look, nobody's got any fear or concern of living anywhere until it's too late. And the real problem is this has not been taken care of. This is a sanctuary state. Every criminal that gets arrested, if ICE knows they're in the country illegally or they're visiting, and now because they're committing crimes, they can be deported. If they say, hey, why don't you hold on to these 3 home invaders who've been robbing homes for a month? You know what? The police and the jailers are not allowed to cooperate at all. They have to release those people. They're not allowed to honor those ICE detainers. And this is why you see ICE agents raiding so many businesses in places like California, because they're not allowed to go and get these criminals in the jails after they're disarmed and have already been arrested. They have to track them down when they're in the community, blending in, living seemingly normal lives while they're actually federal fugitives with extremely horrendous rap sheets. But the other problem is even criminals who are in the country legally benefit from the way...
All right, so this is what's happening all over California right now. These flash mobs. We've seen these flash mobs all over the country, but in California, it's at the ridiculous level.
California operates, because where else can a 12-year-old kid get away with 6 years of crime, stealing things and never facing any consequences before they hit 18 years old, at which point they'll be a hardened criminal who's essentially got a master's degree in theft before they've even graduated high school. With a system in place that not only protects criminals but also trains them and raises them up, it's no wonder we got rampant crime in this place.
Now, we haven't confirmed that these people were part of a criminal organization.
Now, this is one of the things that Trump ran on. He's going to make America civil again, right? Civil, so that we can have discourse and not have people shoot at us, right? Civil, that we can basically arrest people for criminality, and there should be consequences. You know, when I was growing up, I can't even imagine that. I can't imagine any of that. I mean, the parents would have came down and like kicked everybody's ass, right? And then the police would be like, "Yeah, good job," right? There wouldn't have been any court cases because the judges would be like, "What are you doing? I'm gonna because you're in my court, I'm gonna make this 4 times worse." Right, you're going to go to jail for 4 times what you normally would. So that's the way it used to be, but it's been a slow, defilement by the Democrat Party and the leftists.
Detectives tell us that they are all in their 30s, and evidence like camouflage clothing was found in their car. Now, back here live, the scene
That's crazy.
is clear, but we do have detectives who are serving a search warrant inside the Da Vinci apartments at the apartment where one of those men.
So look, if these people have a safe house in this very same building, they got a car full of camouflage. To that, an unwillingness to fund local police departments. Well, pretty soon, in fact, this is happening already, there just aren't enough resources around to stop the bad guys when they come knocking with their crowbars and pickaxes. And remember who these criminals are. These aren't people who woke up one day and just decided to do this for the first time. These are people with years of experience. And here's another way to look at this whole crime situation. Many of these people, they've got half a decade or more of criminal history behind them. They've been stealing for years, which means they've got more experience being criminals than the police have training in the art of taking them down and even making arrests. California is creating these people by refusing to punish them when they steal even the smallest of items. And look what that leads to. That leads to businesses and homes getting cleared out en masse. They've gone through it all. They've battled arrest, evaded police, and then they've escaped justice after the courts set them free, leaving the law-abiding and businesses like this one sitting ducks.
Hard to believe that everything was taken within a couple minutes, literally in minutes. They came and they took everything from us.
And the new surveillance cameras Jennifer Pichente's father installed capture what's now put the family business on the brink. The burglars broke through walls of an adjoining business to gain access.
They made holes.
They broke into two businesses.
They brought like a saw to drill through the safe.
Yep, that's what they wanted, the safe. And you see here, that's what they found, full of those MoneyGrams and the family savings. An estimated haul of $100,000 in cash.
Wow.
This is the third time.
The third time that this place has been broken into. And they had $100,000 sitting there. Now, I know that some of you watching this are going to say that, hey, these people are idiots. They shouldn't have. Without jails, without people in those jails who've been convicted of crimes, this whole cycle is going to continue. People are going to continue doing things like shoplifting. They're going to do it so much that they then decide to go after bigger fish, to do break-ins with tools that you use to climb a mountain. They'll break into.
All right. So this is happening, obviously, on a massive scale. We haven't even seen the weapons yet, guys. We haven't seen the weapons come out yet. The weapons are coming. All right. And the weapons are going to be devastating. And it's going to be crazy. We've already seen the weapons in other places. We saw them in New Zealand. Remember that one shooter in New Zealand that went to all the mosques and so forth? I called bullshit on that right away. That was basically some kind of BB or pellet gun, or like I used to go out with a group and we used to like do paintball shooting, running through the woods and doing groups and all kind of stuff. I'd help train those guys. It was a lot of fun. But that one shooting where that is something they're trying to do to basically take our weapons away from us. Now, at some point, it's not working in America, worked in Canada, worked in New Zealand, worked in Australia, pretty much all of Europe, and probably South America, probably the guns eventually come out. The guns are going to come out, the real ones, right? Because they've done what they can to take away. In California, they limited the number of magazines you can have and guns and all kind of crazy stuff, and gotten away with it. And some of the northeastern states as well. This is going to be very tragic for those people that are going to try and protect themselves at some point. So you'll see fairly massive loss of life in those areas that basically have taken away the guns. And same thing in other countries where they started taking away the guns. And I know in Canada, it's a more recent thing, so people still have their guns. so they'll do better. But in Australia, it's been a long time. You know, they took away the guns, and everybody was like, yeah, let's give up our guns. It's the right thing to do. And maybe there's a few people who still have them, but on the most part, no, not so much, right? New Zealand, pretty much gone. So they're at risk, heavy risk, because this will be a worldwide thing that's coming. Pretty much every country throughout the world has had massive immigration problems. And that's the deep state basically moving us to the point where they're basically going to take over the world. So we're going to have to fight back, unfortunately, and stop that from happening. Now, President Trump is doing the best he can. That's why he was at the UN, you know, thrashing all of the countries that have allowed these criminal aliens to come in. They need to be pushing back. He's giving the example of the United States. So trying to shame them into doing it. Maybe their populace will start to push back and will demand for that to happen. That's the only way it happens, guys. So if you don't start to get involved and start to push back and start to get involved in your local cultures and towns and so forth, and push back on this, it's really gonna come at you. It got way out of control. Same thing in Canada. They were basically putting people in concentration camps, especially in Australia. So they pushed a long way. Then when people, you know, grouped up and started to push back, they brought out direct injury weapons on people, burn people, all kind of stuff with direct injury weapons. So those governments in some of these countries are like way out of control. So you're gonna have some problems going forward in those countries. All right. So Argentine assets soar as Vicente, that's the here in the United States, the money man, offers Melu a lifeline. So basically saying that their market was in panic mode. Scott Bessent came in, and our U.S. Treasury Secretary said all options are on the table for the Trump administration. So Argentina was definitely where the Nazis went after World War II. There's Bavarian cities in Argentina. We know that basically the Germans took over the Argentine political class. Don't cry for me, Argentina. So totally took it over. And that is being turned around by Melu. And so now we have Melu and U.S. President Donald Trump will meet Tuesday. So the stocks in Argentina today or yesterday, I don't know when was this? September 22nd. So yesterday, stocks like blew up. It's like, and they were crashing. And so they blew up because he's basically taking down the deep state in Argentina, the Nazis in Argentina. Russia's taking down the deep state in Ukraine, and in the process destroying NATO. So there is some, of course, President Trump is saying Russia bad, but on backside chance, because he just had Putin in Alaska, rolled out the red carpet, literally, for Putin, and I'm sure they had some nice conversations, right? There was a time where I used to be in on those conversations, so I'm glad I wasn't in on that one, because you don't want to hear what those guys talk about. Right? It's not something that's pleasing, I can tell you, because there's a lot of manipulation and control out there, and they awaken you on a level. It's like, that's, and so I know a lot of you don't like that going on right now. You're like, oh, I really want to believe that Charlie Kirk got shot, and his wife, that was really her, and she was crying for him, and there's going to be a beautiful movement for Charlie Kirk, and I really want to believe all that. It's fine, but I think at this point you should be using critical thinking and seeing through that. But it is what it is. All right, so that's a lot. That's a lot. I did a lot of research today. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Appreciate it. Lots of love to you guys. Stay in the love vibration. I will see. Yes. Bye-bye, Deep State. All right. Absolutely, Janet. I will see you guys next time. Stay in the love vibration.
September 17, 2025. Hello, I'm John Michael Chambers, and welcome back to Conversations of Consequence, where each month I feature one of the important voices of our time to weigh in on the incredible events that are unfolding before our very eyes in this global defense war as we fight to take back our country, restore our freedoms, and enter into the golden age. And joining us here today for an engaging conversation is my special guest and good friend, Michael Jaco. Michael Jaco is a retired veteran with over 24 years in naval special warfare and over 2 years in naval diving and salvage, over 11 years as a contract and direct contract security operative for the U.S. State Department and CIA operations in combat zones. Michael has dedicated a total of 35 years serving the U.S. government in high-risk environments. Michael has demonstrated exceptional interpersonal and public relations skills with documented success in leadership and management roles and an extraordinary ability to determine group dynamics that allow a strong rapport at all levels. Extensive background in both basic and advanced SEAL tactics, high-risk training and interagency programs with proven expertise in risk management, risk mitigation, and conflict resolution. Michael Jaco is a powerful intuitive that helped him survive and thrive after his military and government service. Perhaps he will share with us some examples of his innate talent, and how he has used this in military intelligence and in his civilian life. And so Michael has also, as many of you well know, is a popular podcast platform and is also a wartime correspondent on the monthly panel show that I am the host of and produce called The Global Defense War. Michael joins us every month on that panel, and he joins me right now. Please welcome Michael Jaco.
Thank you, John.
Good to see you, Mike.
Good to see you.
I'd like to talk with thank you. I'd like to talk with you about your service in various capacities to this country, your intuitive skills and experiences, as well as have you weigh in on the current events. So we're going to get there, folks, including the Charlie Kirk event, which has galvanized this world. Perhaps it's the shot heard around the world, I don't know. But before we get to that, let's wind the clock back, if you will, Michael, just a couple of years. At about what age were you when you decided to serve in military and intelligence capacity? And what was the inspiration, a person or a triggering event? What was it that put you onto this incredible journey and pathway that you're still on and have been on, as we mentioned in the introduction, for 34 years?
Well, I saw the movie Frogmen with Richard, I think it was Widmark. And that movie influenced me, and I was like, that's what I'm going to do when I grow up. They're World War II era movie. It's pretty much a documentary, if you will, to a certain extent, of capabilities of Navy frogmen. And I was like, that's what I'm going to do. And eventually, once I went into the Navy, I was like, I'm going into the SEAL team. So President Kennedy in 1962 created the Navy SEAL teams. And I said, I'm going to be a Navy SEAL. And then once I got into the SEAL teams, I was like, well, I keep striving for the highest level. So I wanted to go to SEAL Team 6, which is the pinnacle of being a Navy SEAL. Went to SEAL Team 6, and I was actually in a combat operations in Panama. And then I was like, well, another dream that I had was to be like a James Bond type guy. Once I got out of the SEAL teams, I went into contracting for the CIA through Blackwater, and eventually I became a direct hire through the CIA. And I went to combat zones all over the world. Now, my intuitive abilities, that's when they really started to come out. And I was able to, know when attacks were coming and so forth. Very, very amazing skills.
Yeah, well, that gift on the intuitive level is, perhaps we'll jump into it a little bit later. more than likely saved a lot of lives and served you and your team in military on the ground, thus serving this country. Interesting that you've these movies and so forth inspired you, and you actually became what you envisioned yourself to do. That's a wonderful thing, because most people that go through this journey called life don't get there. So congratulations to you, and the mark you've left is probably not even measurable. And you're, in terms of your past work, of course, you're still at it in a different capacity today. So Mike, you've dedicated a total of 35 years serving the U.S. government, again, in high-risk environments. While I'm sure there are many, many particular moments or missions or events, is there any that you can and feel comfortable sharing with us, maybe a specific or two regarding the experience and your intuition and how that was applied, perhaps in combat? I'm sure our viewers would be highly interested in learning about that. And I know, look, a lot of folks, they watching this, they all know who Michael Jaco is. But you know what, Mike? As you well know, there's a lot of people waking up every hour in this country and world, and they are just learning about you. So this will be a great episode for those folks, and even those that know Michael. Perhaps we'll pick up a few new things here. So would you share something with us, Michael, about those skills and how they were applied, perhaps in a given situation? A storyline, if you want to share that with us. I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. So I pretty much developed my skills, my intuitive skills, over a period of time. In the SEAL teams, there were some of us that had these abilities to kind of know things. I would gravitate to some of those guys. Not all of us developed them, but some of us were a little bit of a standout. I noticed it from Vietnam veterans and so forth. They seemed to know things where we would do training missions, and they would like hold us up to like they have right up ahead, they have an ambush set up for us, and we got to walk through it anyway for training. So, but they had these incredible abilities, and I started to see that, and I was like, I want to have that too. I think that's incredible. So they actually start, because like we just talked about, the things you focus on most are the things you eventually will attract you. So being very, very disciplined and very, very focused, I was able to attract some of those capabilities to myself. And so they continue to excel and get better and better over time. One of the things that I did when I went into the CIA was to start to really tap into those skills. Just before I went into the CIA, I went through what I call a remote viewing course. And it was a Native American course where I did very spiritual work. I learned how to meditate on a deep level and send my consciousness out to. At the time, it was just to view the trail, and I was able to accurately view a trail that I'd never been down before in detail. So it's like, this stuff is real. So I started to utilize that in combat zones. I would, before my groups would go out, I would remote view the road up ahead, and if there was a threat that I could see, I would hold up my team until the threat was removed by some Army movements, or unfortunately, someone got the blast that maybe had been intended for us. So those skills started to advance. They get better and better over time. I started to get to the point where I could see into the future a couple of days and see events that were coming. So I just kind of like asked myself, okay, what is coming that could affect us? And one of those was I saw an attack coming. I was on the Ambassador Bremer detail, and I was like, we can't go out this gate on this day. I knew there was going to be some kind of blast. At the time, there were no attacks in Iraq. We had just taken down Saddam Hussein. He was in prison. Everything seemed to be great. The Marines had come through, basically taken over all of Iraq. There was no problems. But I just had this really strong feeling, and I always trusted my intuition when they were that strong, that if we went out the gate on a 9:30 in the morning to go shoot on the range, that it would not be good. So I devised a way that I could, keep the team from going out during that time frame. I said, let's stop, let's slow down. I want to brief this. And so I was briefing, and I was like, that time was coming up, and I was like, what is going to happen? Am I going to look like a knucklehead here? And then at 9:30, there was a massive blast. And it was at the gate that I anticipated there was going to be an attack, and then another blast. So it was 2 car bombs that came up on the gate. It was the first car bombs that had been used, and that I probably first time it hit. I don't know if the first time, probably not the first time in history, but definitely the first time in Iraq during that time frame. We would have been going through that gate. I don't know if we were targeted. They somehow found out what we were going to be doing or what happened, but I knew not to do that. We ran up onto the roof. We're at the palace, Saddam Hussein's palace, and we ran up to the roof and we looked out, and there was just mayhem out there. So that was one of the early, really strong indications that, you know, I have this ability that can really help humanity. And then fast forward, so this is one of my, I think one of the best ones that came out of this, and that was finding Osama bin Laden, because we have been looking for Osama bin Laden for years, and it was everyone in the CIA was looking for him, the military was looking for him. I started to focus on him, and I was like, where is Osama bin Laden? And I felt that he was in Pakistan, where I was and I had been for quite some time. So I just started sending him love. So there's one of the things that we can do is influence environments. So I'd learned how to find different terrorist groups or sources, heads of, and first one I saw was Zarqawi. I had surrounded Zarqawi with love, and eventually within a year, Zarqawi was taken out. And that was by SEAL Team 6 guys. They basically came in and targeted a laser target designator on his compound and blew it up, and then they got his remains and made sure it was him. So I'd been involved in a couple of those from a spiritual aspect, and had targeted. I felt, you know, led by God, the angelic realm, if you will, to actually, you know, focus on some of these particular really bad people, terrorists that were killing a lot of people. And so bin Laden was one of them. We've been looking for him for a long time. Everybody was like, if we get bin Laden, then that's going to be the turning point. That was, you know, pie in the sky, as we know now. But so we were looking for him, and so I'm focused on him. And we had a doctor that we were meeting with, and I was in this one city in Pakistan, and so we were meeting with this doctor. And this doctor would go down to the border and work with the terrorists. He would, you know, fix them up after they've been across the border, whatever. He would fix them. And so we're trying to get information from him. You've seen Osama bin Laden? He's like, no, haven't seen him. Don't know anything about it. No one knows anything about him, where he is, anything. So the case officer that I was working with, she was like, I think I'm going to dump this guy, because that was kind of their standard at the time. They would work with people. And if they didn't lead them to bin Laden, because everybody was really focused on getting bin Laden, they would dump them and find somebody else. So the case officer I was working with, she's like, I'm going to dump this guy. And I just had that intuition that he was going to lead us to bin Laden. And I told her, we don't dump this guy. I think he's going to lead us to bin Laden. That's what I'm getting. And a lot of people that I work with downrange knew that I had these capabilities, to intuition and so forth. And she's like, okay. So we did work with him a little bit longer, and he was the doctor that actually went into the compound where bin Laden was and where his kids were. And he did the tongue suppressor thing to check him out. And he took the tongue suppressors and put them in his bag, and they brought those tongue suppressors back. They did the DNA test, and it's like, that's bin Laden's kids. And so they knew he was in that compound. So fast forward, maybe months later, it was SEAL Team 6, and I was at SEAL Team 6 and SEAL Team 6 Red Squadron. So Red Squadron was the squadron that I was at. So you have these, you know, things that happen to you over synchronicities that happen to you over time to kind of give you an idea that you're on the right track, or, you know, the things that you're focused on are correct. So I'd focused on, like I said, Osama bin Laden, you know, sending him love. And, you know, some are like, well, please don't send me love. If I sent most of you love, you would power up and you'd be good. But if I send love to someone that's dark, has dark energy, demonic realm type stuff, then it's going to lessen their capabilities within that realm, because they don't do well in that love frequency. So I'm basically lessening their energy fields and making them vulnerable. So it attracted basically my old SEAL team to come in and take him out. So my old SEAL team came in. That's where they came in with a helicopter, the one that, you know, kind of the tail crashed, and fortunately the guy survived. And then another helicopter came in and dropped off some more guys, and I think they were using fast ropes. And probably the fast rope, they were trying to come in too low, and the fast rope, the prop blast, you know, took the helicopter and took it down. That's my thoughts on that. But anyway, they go in, they go in and they take out Osama bin Laden. And it's interesting because the dog that they were using, so we have bomb sniffing dogs and dogs that are attack dogs. This particular dog that they had on their mission was a dog that I'd worked with during Ambassador Bremer's detail. And this dog was like a great dog, and Malamute, or I think that's what they're called. Beautiful dog, sweet dog, but he had this crazy little thing where if you were petting him, one of my SEAL buddies was petting him, and he just went rah, 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 right at his crotch. And I was like, okay, we're gonna have to like put this dog off. He's not gonna be able to work with us anymore. Can't be around Ambassador Bremer and, you know, going crazy like that. So unfortunately, you know, we brought in another dog, and the other dog, of course, the blind sniffer dog. It was great, no problem. So this dog, I went to another site working for the State Department where it was in Diwania, and this dog happened to be at that site. So I come into the room where the dog is, because I'm in charge of everyone that's there, security wise, and I see the dog, and I'm like, oh, that's the dog we had to get rid of. And the dog trainer was like, I'll make sure he's not around everybody. I was like, okay, he's a great dog, just make sure, and that's great. So eventually that dog goes, and the SEAL Team 6 guys get him. So we're, you know, still trading him off. He goes to Afghanistan now, and you know, the SEAL Team 6, my old squadron, gets the dog, and the dog is like really protective of other dogs that come in. So he's like, rah, 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 you know, the SEAL Team 6 guys, and they're like, oh, he's a crazy dog. He's just like we are. We're all crazy, so he'll work. So that was a dog that went on that. So it was my SEAL team that went in, SEAL Team 6 Red Squadron, and the dog that I had, you know, basically helped stay in service. Very, very amazing synchronicities that happen in life. These are some of the things I like to teach people, you know, tapping into these higher consciousness realms. You see a synchronicity. A synchronicity is something that's very odd, but, you know, kind of relates to what you're doing. And it basically guides you that you're on the right path. Everything you're doing, you know, stay on this path and do well. So that's one of the big ones, you know, a couple of big ones that I was involved with over time.
I'd say so. Those intuitive skills, as you shared the stories with us, are actually part of history, and have actually changed the course of history. If you think this through, it's pretty remarkable. And we thank you for your service and for these incredible gifts you have. You answered a question I was going to ask. Thanks for clarifying. And the question would have been, you know, why sending love? And now we have a better understanding because you've delved into that. I'm just curious, like I asked you earlier, when did you decide, what triggered you to get on the pathway of the career and service that you had? I asked the same question about your intuitive skills. While you mentioned the Vietnam veterans and so forth was a triggering event, did you have any conscious or subconscious awareness that you could reflect upon today that of these intuitive skills, perhaps even before the Vietnam experience, maybe earlier on in life? Go ahead. It looks like you're saying yes. You want to share some of that with us?
Question.
Yeah.
So when I was very small, I was pretty sickly. Had lung issues, and my parents and family didn't think that I was going to survive, and so I didn't know that. When I got better, I remember I would see an angel. An angel would come, and I was like, oh, there's an angel. I'm going to get better now. And like the next day I would be up and I would be about. So the angels were watching over me. I knew they were watching over me. I would tell my mother, everything's going to be okay. The angels are always there. And, you know, grown-ups, most people are like, oh, that's child's imagination. So, okay, yeah, well, show me the next time you see the angel. And so there were several instances. Like I said, I was pretty sickly, and I would see angel after angel after angel. I remember their size and their shapes, and you know what they would wear. One of them was very interesting because now that I look back on it, it was wearing medieval clothing, like from the Renaissance and so forth. And I thought that was kind of unusual because people didn't wear that kind of clothing anymore. Usually they're in like these robes and so forth, or like very shimmering type of gown type things, and they're kind of masculine, kind of feminine, so a cross between that. The last one that I saw was Archangel Michael, and Archangel Michael, the angels would communicate with me telepathically. So Archangel Michael said, but you know, I went through SEAL training and diving training, all that kind of stuff. So I've been able to master it and, you know, overcome it. But it is pretty impressive. I had another Archangel Michael experience in Iraq again, where I saw my death, and I said to myself when I saw my body blown to pieces, I was like, oh, I'm not having an out of body experience. I'm having this is my last time here on earth. I'm going to go to the other side, I guess. And then I got this I felt this presence, and I look up and there was Archangel Michael again. Huge wingspan, but this time the wings are out. Before the wings were, you know, in. So I got to see, and I was like, oh, it's like amazing. And then I felt this love energy come at me and just light me up. And that's why I'm the guy that does the love now, because I got that love energy from Archangel Michael, and I project it out now in this reality. So it's pretty amazing. So I went back in time, back into my body, and I sat up, and it's like, boom, huge explosion off in the distance. And I was like, that angel saved me. So it deflected the missile that was coming in to, you know, blow me up. So very, very interesting, you know, things that happen to you. Like I talk about when you're on this path, you never know where it's going to lead you. It's pretty impressive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's an incredible story and an experience and journey. You are one of the called, clearly, that have been protected and guided and chosen, and you certainly have answered the call through the work that you've done. And pretty amazing. It's my understanding, I'm not that well schooled in the Archangel world. I know that Archangel Michael has a specific role. Would that be phrased properly? If so, what is that? And you mentioned very big. It's also my understanding that, you know, we're spiritual beings, and of course, and the gravity in our bodies, 5 feet, 6 feet tall, whatever we are, inhibits our true self. So it doesn't surprise me that an archangel might be 20 feet tall, because maybe that's why we feel so good when we're in a building that's got tall ceilings. Oh, my apartment or my home's 18-foot ceilings, and you feel good there because maybe we're that big, or am I just in Looney Tune land? And what's Archangel Michael's role or duty if you're able to? You have a relationship of sort and experience. Perhaps you can comment on that.
Yeah, it's Archangel Michael is the guardian of warriors, and he obviously protects everyone. Though anyone can call Archangel Michael in for protection, He has a sword, and that's one of the reasons why he's a sword warrior. But there's a lot of pictures. And this was another thing. I wrote a book called The Intuitive Warrior, and about this period of time that I'm speaking of. And there was like a group, boys club of Paris, wanted me to come and talk about it. It's like they were going to do a year of sending out positive energy for peace. They were going to meditate on it. And I was like, wow. So they invited me, and they paid all my expenses. My wife and I came out there for a couple of weeks, and we, had conversations with them. I was touring Paris and just walking the streets just randomly, And I come around this corner, and there is Archangel Michael, this huge statue of Archangel Michael with the devil under his feet. And I was like, that is the angel that I saw. It's the perfect statue of Archangel Michael. So it's a fountain in Paris of Archangel Michael with the devil under his feet, and he's got a spear that he's like pinning the devil down. That's similar to what I do, kind of like what I described when I send the love to these different negative groups here or beings here on Earth. I see demonic figures on them, and so I surround them with that love light. So it's kind of like I'm one of Archangel Michael's angels here on Earth, fighting the demonic realm and fighting evil, but also helping uplift people. And that's one of the most powerful and the most important things that I do, I feel.
Wow, the terms that comes to my mind, you've been deputized by Archangel Michael to serve on everyone in his behalf. Well done, my good and faithful son, as someone once said. You speak of love. Of course, love is the highest vibrational energy there is. That's impenetrable from darkness. I'm not an expert, perhaps, of these terms, but MLK's got some great quotes on love and hate and this sort of a thing. And you shared some personal journeys and experiences on that. I want to move us forward because I know our audience also wants to eavesdrop on our conversation about what you think transpired recently concerning Charlie Kirk. And we are going to get to that. But before we do, when was it that you launched your podcast, and what inspired you to do that at that time? And I'd be curious to know about that.
Yeah, so my podcast is kind of like a progressive type thing. I remember I was doing going into combat zones. I did that for like well over 12 years for the CIA. One combat zone after another, back to back, very little time off. And then, things happened, fell out of favor with the CIA. So I was like, okay, it's time to move along. And which is kind of strange because everyone loved me, but there was a group within the CIA that wants to control people with my capabilities, and they couldn't control me. So they wanted to destroy me. So it's like, okay, I got to move along. And so I went into the wilderness. I did the Pacific Crest Trail. For me, being in nature, like we were both talking about before the show as well, is really activates my spirituality. And so that's been the way I've been since I was a little kid. And I was like, okay, I need to take some time off. I need to go in the woods. I need to decompress. So I decided to walk the Pacific Crest Trail. It's like 4,000 miles, 3,000 miles, however long it is. So I started at Mexico, and I started working my way up, made it all the way through California, through Oregon. But during that time frame, I had thought that I was done. I was done with humanity. I was just going to go out and live in the wilderness for the rest of my life. And so that was my dream. But during that time frame, walking the Pacific Crest Trail, I started to get the calmness that comes, with being in touch with nature and so forth, getting back to my real self. And I got that I was going to come back and start teaching humanity all the things that I learned. And I was like, oh God, do I have to really? Yes, you're going to do that. So I had that conversation for quite some time. And then eventually I got excited about it. And I was like, I could do these courses. And so I started writing down, the outline for these courses. Then I came back and I built these courses. And at the time, there was online courses were the most successful thing you could do as a business. So I was like, okay, I started a new business. So I was like, okay. So in my understanding, I'd always gone to courses and physically gone to courses to learn. But this was like a new thing, an online course. So I got that, build it and they will come. I kept getting that, it's like, that sounds like that Kevin Costner movie. So I started building these courses out, and they were semi-successful initially. And so I built a few courses, and some people came. I was still doing physical courses where people would come and I would teach them things I'd learned over time.
Very interesting. Well, hopefully I'll remember later. I want to go through a certain line of questioning here, but I want to come back to that perhaps at a closing comment of what you see, if anything, on the horizon. Before we get there, the mainstream media lashed out against it. The Department of Homeland Security at one point, perhaps even still to today, I'm not sure, labeled Q a domestic terror organization or something of the sort years back, I recall. And of course, the legacy media, railed against it and hit Trump with gotcha questions and so forth. How would you best define Q?
Q is a inside deep cover intel source. And it's not just intel. There's actually operatives that are attached to Q that I believe carry out missions. So when I was at SEAL Team 6, I give you the example. When I went to SEAL Team 6, it took me a few years being in the SEAL teams, and then I went through the screening process and was selected, and then went to SEAL Team 6. I remember seeing a lot of the guys just like old homeschool. It's like you walk in, it's like, hey, I haven't seen you in years. This is where you've been, So, but they're there. They're operating. They're on a high level. I remember being there for, the period of time that I was there. And the same thing. I would see guys and they're like, oh, this is where you went. I didn't know where you went. You kind of disappeared. So there is that group that's out there. Now, we get contacted on a certain level by some of these individuals. And I'm not going to say definitively that some of these people, like a Juan O'Savin or anyone like that, is definitely connected with that. But they're, from all the conversations I've had with Juan, he seems to be either in touch or very deeply involved with that. And so I know that there are many people over the years that I was involved with in SEAL teams and Delta, the highest levels, that disappeared into some of that organization. So it is a very positive organization. Obviously, it's looking out for, we call them the white hats. They're trying to take down this negative group within the military as well, but in the political realm and so forth, that has done a lot of evil against humanity. Kind of like those demons that were attached to some of those terrorists out there that I worked on. You have a Q group that's out there, are intimately involved, really, with taking down this dark realm that's trying to really control humanity to a point where we're complete slaves to them. We've talked about this on several shows, so I'm not going to belabor that too much here. But it is a great problem for humanity right now. But I think we've turned the corner, and we're moving in a direction that's very positive going forward.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that. I feel it myself, that in this battle between good and evil, that evil just got knocked down a notch. And I think the momentum that we have now is unstoppable and very dangerous. And we'll talk about some of the dangers that you might see coming down the pike in a bit. So look, we are, of course, at war. And I want to say this about Q. In my opinion, and I'm curious what your opinion is, if the Q operation wasn't launched, and of course, it's probably been around longer than I'm aware of, but when the Q, frame it the question this way: when the Q drops began on the board, all right, back then, how many years back that has been, I believe that without those Q drops, waking us up, guiding us to do our own research, to solve problems, the crumbs and the clues, the information and disinformation for lots of reasons. I believe if it weren't for the Q operation surfacing on the boards for us, I don't think we'd be where we are at this stage of the game in the war. I don't think it would have worked without that. Yes, it's God, the supreme being, universal power. It's Trump. It's the military. It's the white hats. But it's also we, the people. we were needed in this operation. Would you concur? Am I over acknowledging we the people's role and how without Q, we might not be as advanced in this battle as we are? Am I crazy, or what's your view of that?
No, that's absolutely right. Synergistically, we the people and Q working together. So they keep us informed, they enlighten us, they help awaken us to the issues that are, facing us. More and more people are waking up to this. You don't need to know that it's Q. You don't need to know that you've awakened. I've heard a lot of people that have, shared my information with people for years, and they go to the hairdresser, and the hairdresser tells them something, and they're like, they come running back. It's like, oh, I know all this. I know all this stuff, and they're like, yeah, I've been telling you that for years, but that's kind of like a slow drip, like you're talking about. So the slow drip basically has been waking people up, and I think it's magnificent. I remember looking back, 5 years and what we're facing. I was like, wow, there's going to be some serious conflict, but we've avoided that. People asked me for years, are we going into civil war? And I said, no, but I believe that we'll probably see some action going forward. And we're kind of moving in that direction right now. And it's just quickly picking up speed.
Well, yeah, I would agree. We certainly have seen some action with the deployment of weather weapons and weather modification and geoengineering and all those catastrophes like Maui in the Carolinas. And you can go back to Katrina if you really want to look at it and so forth. But talk about some of the other dangers coming in a bit down the road. Look, I want to just state this. We are, of course, at war. How would you best describe the war that our country, America, and the world, for that matter, has been and is presently engaged in? How would you best describe the nature of this war? Because it's quite different from previous wars. So define that for us. And are we winning the war? The two-part question.
Obviously, we take some pretty significant licks. We talked about 9/11. That was a pretty significant lick we took. Now, a lot of people were like, well, the White Hats, weren't they involved then? I believe they were. I think they were activated probably during the time frame of JFK assassination. I think that's probably at least the earliest, well, maybe even earlier, but I think it's very significantly when they started from that point on, because there was military and CIA and so forth that were involved in basically making a decision to assassinate JFK because they felt he was treasonous for dealing with Russia. And so it's always been about Russia, Russia, Russia. We know that. That's what President Trump has talked about. So all the way back then, they were like, having issues with Russia because they wanted to, control the world, and Russia was not going to be there with them. Allow that to happen. China, another one. So we're seeing a lot of pushback on that, but I think that we're moving in a very fast direction. President Trump has said that, we could probably just have, the IRS go away. We don't need him anymore. We're making so much money from, charging other countries, money for delivering stuff to our, that's what we used to do. And maybe we don't even need the Federal Reserve. And so he keeps alluding to this. It's basically prepping the consciousness of Americans for the coming takedown on a more deliberate and massive scale of this criminal organization, this mafia group that's been running the United States since I think 1876, somewhere around there. So when President Grant was there, so they came in and compromised him and made him, go along with taking back America from us and taking it over for the deep state. So we've sealed the border. We're using directed energy weapons now against them. So these boats that we've seen they said they got hit by missile strikes. Well, a missile strike, if it hits a boat, is going to blow it to pieces. It's going to sink right away. So these boats are basically catching on fire and they're staying on the surface, very much like a directed energy weapon. So the directed energy weapons are now in the possession of the good guys. And we haven't seen any directed energy weapon attacks lately, have we? And we haven't seen these crazy storms that were predicted which I actually predicted we would have a very significant hurricanes this year. We haven't had really any of them so far. So it seems like things are being moving in the opposite direction. Same thing with earthquakes and tsunamis and so forth. I predict there will be significant ones, and we haven't seen significant ones yet, at least here in the United States. Hopefully, God willing, please. So prayer for that. We won't see them here in America, but I promise you they are trying to do that, and they've probably been stopped out at this point.
Wow, you unpacked a lot there. I'll pedal back quickly on the warp speed. I'm glad you addressed it and covered it the way you did. A lot of our probably mutual friends, our esteemed doctors, I won't mention their names, but these are great warriors. These are wonderful people that have done tremendous work, a great sacrifice on behalf of humanity. A lot of people paid a big price for it. They're good people. They're our friends, but they've had a tough time in understanding Trump's strategy. And I think it's with RFK doing what he's doing in his role there, and Trump doing what he's doing, he's even now changed at least the optics of his narrative. Oh, yeah. And you sort of peel back the curtain a bit, pulled back the curtain a bit on what warp speed was about and how it actually saved lives. And I'm glad you put that down on the record. I want to also pedal back to the unlikely alliance. You know, we had 9/11 G.W. Bush telling us what the axis of evil was. But I would say the axis of evil would be more like the Vatican, Washington, D.C., and London, perhaps, versus what they were trying to sell us. In fact, that axis of evil turns out to be an axis of power. I'd like you to get on the record briefly and tell me if you would agree that Vladimir Putin, Donald Trump, Xi Jinping, and perhaps to some extent, Rocket Man Kim Jong-un are working in some sort of behind-the-scenes alliance against the globalist New World Order plan, or is that lunacy statement?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll give you a little insight. I haven't shared this with anyone before. Kim Jong-un was one of my targets to send the love to. And I remember sending the love to him, and I've reached a point now, or I used to do it from a distance, but I come right in now. And if they have an attachment, then I basically take that attachment away. Armor of God, I come in and I basically just annihilate. I send them to the light or whatever demonic that's on someone now. I couldn't do that in the beginning. I had to do it from a distance, but now I just come right in and take care of business. But I started to do that with Kim Jong-un, and his demon was like, oh my God. It looked almost just like Kim Jong-un. It's very interesting because usually they're very scary looking. So I was like, okay, this is probably going to work out good. So I felt that Kim Jong-un was going to shift, and I've never ever seen anyone shift before. Some of the ones I've worked on in the political realm, Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, Kamala, I took off their demons. So and they're pretty much gone now. So I did that with Kim Jong-un, and his demon was like, oh, his demon ran away. And I was like, wow, okay, that worked out pretty good. So then I came back later to check, and Kim Jong-un had a massive demonic army ready to take me on. So I called in the angelic realm, and there was quite a battle, and they were defeated. I know it sounds like crazy. It's kind of crazy. I'm the guy that has to sound crazy, but these wars go on a different level. And so that battle, that war was won by the angelic realm. Now remember, it wasn't, I could probably tell you the time frame, but the time frame was like about a year before President Trump stepped over the line. And I had started to tell everybody was like, Kim Jong-un is going to blow the world up. And I was like, nope, it's not going to blow the world up. Everything's changed now because of that incident. So remember, President Trump stepped over the demilitarized zone, South Korea, North Korea, first president ever done that, and shook hands with Kim Jong-un. And if he had probably stayed president for the next 4 years, we'd probably see, you know, casinos or something, high-rise hotels in North Korea by this time. But you know, the deep state has their way sometimes, and we make inroads, but we get pushed back. We make inroads, we get pushed back. But the inroads are getting to the point where, like we're talking about, we have almost all the control now. So the directed energy weapon and the high-tech stuff was something that they had control of it, and now the White Hats have it, and the White Hats are going into you know, taking out Venezuela. Now, a lot of these things that we see, when I was at, I think I can say this, it's been so long. When I was at SEAL Team 6, we had a mission to go into Venezuela, and so I'm talking 40 plus years ago. So they have these missions. The deep state has these missions too, of course, because they had planned on using JFK to, you know, attack Americans and cause a war with Cuba and Russia. And President Kennedy was like, so they had to put that plan on the back burner. Well, that plan was 9/11. They brought it back out. So there's all these plans by the dark hats and the white hats, and the white hats have this plan to basically go into Venezuela and take down that evil, you know, control that's down there. And we were planning that for a long time. So it looks like those plans are in operation now. And like I said, directed energy weapons are being used on those boats coming out of Venezuela now. So that's sending quite a message, not only to the Venezuelans who would maybe want to put up a fight, like we saw that, you know, they're like, you know, amassing their whole population to fight America. They're probably paying them to, like, you know, make a show on camera. But that's probably causing a lot of pause with the capabilities that we're showing right now. And the same thing with the deep state. The deep state's got to know now, the white hats have our technology now. So I think things are changing on a very quick, very fast, very massive scale.
Yeah, that's good to hear, particularly on the weather weapons, because they're completely out of the people's control and they're devastating. And I know there's a bill moving through Congress at some stage or another to stop the spraying, the chemtrails, if you want to call it that. So, you know, I guess we're approaching this in Congress as well as in other ways. And, you know, you mentioned Kim Jong-un. That's a fascinating story you shared with us. Thank you for doing that. It reminds me of, you know, I love President Trump's humor from time to time, but it reminds me back then, if you recall, you know, fake news was banging the drum hard at the time, once again, that Kim Jong-un was going to deliver us a nuclear bomb for Christmas. And I remember seeing Trump, that was unofficially the White House, I would say, Mar-a-Lago during his unofficial presidency for 4 years. Command Central became Mar-a-Lago, and he was sitting there at his desk. And I remember, you know, because it was filmed, and they asked him about, you know, you concerned about a nuclear bomb coming as a gift from Kim Jong-un for Christmas? And Trump's response, and I'm paraphrasing, was, I think he's going to send me a vase. He just like downplayed it completely, and that was the soundbite, and it was wonderful. And of course, the nuke never hit. But back to the alliance, would you agree to an extent? And I realize the optics are terrible. I'm very well aware, and General Flynn has informed us, of course, and we know about China's infiltration and the dangers of China and the atrocities that they commit over there in their country, and their infiltration here through the border and our institutions and the land they own. And I'm not ignorant to these issues, but we are in a PSYOP war. No one knows that these operations are better than someone like yourself. So being that as it may, would you say that Kim Jong, on the big picture, the 40,000, 100,000 foot view on this trajectory towards bringing peace to the planet, would you say that Xi Jinping from China, Vladimir Putin and Trump, and perhaps Kim Jong-un are working in some capacity together against the true enemies of evil, the enemies of freedom? Do you see that? And if so, do you have any particular insights you can share besides just a notion that I have?
Yeah, and since it's a battle across the world, you can have, like President Trump, you can have a great guy in office that wants peace and is pushing for peace, but then you have these groups that have been in power for hundreds, maybe thousands of years, in some of these countries like China and Russia, and here in America for hundreds of years. In the background, we think we won the war against Britain, but not so much. So we have to overcome these forces. So these forces are there to be overcome. And it's a delicate situation because if you push too hard, then they're going to push back harder. So you have to know when to hit. It's got to be an ambush type thing, surprise them. And then they don't know how to respond. They have a little time, and we can move faster and other areas and take other areas down. But here in the United States, we do have Chinese that are like videotaping our bases on a daily basis. I've heard this from many sources. They're not, again, the press isn't putting that out. Surprise, surprise. Here we are putting it out here, so everyone can be informed that, they're good people in these countries that want to have peace and want to, take humanity on a good position. But there's also negative forces in all these countries, and we have to learn how to delicately, in some cases, and then more aggressively in others, take some of these forces down, take them out. I think that's part of the ICE movement that we're seeing across the country, and then the National Guard coming in, and the military to back them up if necessary, like the Marines and so forth. We are doing that on a very delicate basis. We have Chicago, which is probably one of the worst places. Juan O'Savin has talked about how there are nukes that are loose out there, and I can tell you there are nukes that are loose out there. Having been in the CIA and, like I said, in the SEAL teams, and our focus for probably most of my career, well over 30 years. In the early days, we were just like all about fighting Russia, and then when Russia or the Soviet Union, then Russia collapsed, it was about finding the nukes that Russia let spread all over the world. So there are nukes that we know that are out there, and one of those places is Chicago. Chicago has been identified as a possible place, according to Juan. But I have heard that from a lot of sources over the years, that there were a couple, 2, 3, maybe even 4, 5 even nukes that were positioned for being activated here in the United States. Now, over time, those nukes, if they're not, they have to be serviced and so forth. I don't know how that's working out. You just can't place a nuke somewhere and expect it's going to go off 50 years after you place it there. But I think we do definitely have to be, tiptoeing on some of these areas. Chicago, Trump was like, pressing hard. He was going to send the National Guard in Chicago. The people want it. There's horrific things that are going on in Chicago. The number of deaths, that's being suppressed again by the press. So the number of deaths in a lot of these cities is significant. The corruption, stealing money that's supposed to be going to roads or helping people, homeless and so forth, is going to people's pockets that don't deserve it whatsoever. And finding those people and holding them accountable is way down the list when you think about a nuke that's possibly in these cities. If you go in and you start cleaning up, they're just going to nuke the place. So this is what we know the deep state, has the capability of doing, releasing bioweapons on the whole world. Yeah. And then, yes. As much as we've tried to inform people about this, there's still a massive number of people that are still getting,
still driving around in their car with their masks on 5 years later. I understand what you're saying. Yes,
and even more, it seems like I'm starting to see more and more people in masks again, and still getting booster shots. It's crazy.
Yeah,
it's sad.
It is crazy, especially now that it's out and being acknowledged officially by officials in government, where before it was just folks like you and I and our good doctor friends that didn't have that level of muscle. Well, we've got that now through RFK Jr., through President Trump being a little bit more overt about things now, as well as the DNI and so forth. So it's a perfect dovetail and segue, Michael, into this next question. When you were talking about the National Guard and Army Reserves on the streets of America, do you believe that, let me put the question out there and put a few disclaimers because I think they're required. Do you believe the big arrests will be forthcoming soon? And when I say that, I know some of the audience saying, it's already happened. They're already dead. We've taken out everybody. Well, some of that may be true, in my humble opinion. Some of those folks maybe not yet. But in my opinion, it doesn't really matter where I'm taking this question. Whether or not, let's say, the big names get arrested in the next few months, or they were already arrested and it will be shown and revealed. In either case, we get the same bump of the battle between good and evil coming up when that level of truth gets revealed. So it doesn't matter, folks, whether it happened or it didn't happen. It's going to take place in the consciousness and awareness through watching it as it unfolds. My question, now that I've stated that, is, well, A, do you believe the reveal and the big arrests are coming? And if so, do you also think that's the reason why President Trump years ago put the executive order in place and the changes to the Law of War manual that allows the National Guard to be federalized and you deployed the way they are, and Army Reserves? Does this go beyond cleaning up crime, which is a good thing, saving lives, making cities safe again? Is it go beyond cleaning up the homeless and helping them along in various capacities? Is it also to leave behind our forces, because perhaps during this quarter of the year, these big arrests will be revealed and or take place, and we want to be in position to protect the American people for the deep state's final death and destruction attack, because that's all they have left. That's how I connect the dots on this, but I'd like to know how you see it. It would be important to put on the record here.
Yeah, so it's the same thing. It's all this stuff is already planned, but the implementation of it remains to be seen when that happens, and it's always at the commander's discretion of when he activates that and at what level. So you may see groups of arrests and then a pause and then groups of arrests, but we haven't seen any of that yet, at least openly. Yeah, I believe there's probably some stuff that's been happening on the backside. Some of these people that are out there don't look the same. So there seems to be some of that going on, but most people aren't seeing it, or most people aren't aware of it. When it does happen, then you're going to see a pushback. It would be like if I, go in and I take out the head of some terrorist organization, which we used to do. All right. And then someone is going to take their place. And maybe they were like holding back on using certain bombs, car bombs and so forth. And when that leader is taken out, you have a massive release of car bombs. So that kind of stuff, retaliation for some of these events is coming. What level that is coming? What options do they have? Are we starting to take away their money source so they can afford to do that? Yes. So that is happening. The longer we wait, the less money they have, the less people they have involved, the more people that we can pull in through ICE and so forth and pull out of there, because we're going after the heavy duty guys that are probably causing a lot of these problems. So you got that going on. So at some point there probably will be someone, and probably in the background, because we have seen Washington, D.C. with National Guard go in. That's an amazing thing. That's one of those 3 city-states that you talked about earlier. You have London, City of London, you have the Vatican, you have D.C. So you've gone after one of those city-states now. And President Trump put the flags up on either side of the White House, like, marking the ground this is now United States property now. It's no longer the deep state. And then he brings in the troops to basically control it. because his last administration, he had to go into the underground shelter because there, the riots reached a point where they just almost, breached the fence of the White House. So he's making sure that doesn't happen this time when things start to probably get crazy, when the arrests start to happen, like we're talking about. When the arrests start to happen, will one of those nukes go off? That's a possibility. Now, I know that they've had the sniffers out there, the nuke sniffers, for quite a long time, looking for those nukes. And some of the people that watch the aircraft and so forth have been reporting on that. We haven't seen as many of them as we used to, so that's a good sign. Maybe they've discovered some of them and taken them offline. So you have to take all those things into account. I've been on missions where we're getting ready to board the aircraft, and they're like, "No, stop, hold," and we're like, "Okay, hold for how long?" It's like sometimes a few minutes, sometimes an hour, sometimes a day, and then you go. All right. So this is kind of the thing that we're at right now. We're at go time, but it's not totally go time. We have things that are happening, and we're probably going to talk about some of those things that are pretty amazing that are happening. We've had demonstrations all over the world, pushing back on the deep state.
Yes, we have. You raised some great concerns. So it leads me to this question. If we were using a chessboard, a global chessboard as a metaphor or analogy, on this chessboard of life and the war that humanity is engaged in, with America always, of course, front and center, on that chessboard, would you say, am I stretching it and being too optimistic if I stated that we've got the enemy at check in the game of chess? Are they at check, or are we not that far advanced?
We're definitely at check, right? And I think we're pushing back on a lot of different levels. It's so close to things unwinding on a massive scale. It's pretty amazing. I think it's going to be once that starts, it's going to be revelatory. People are going to love it. But it's going to take probably a little bit more time. We'll see.
Yes. It's been great talking with you, Michael, and I'm glad we've had this opportunity to bring you into conversations of consequence. But we've got to talk about Charlie Kirk. Very sensitive topic. Both of us are sensitive to those sensitivities. We understand the pain and the aching and the loss and the suffering and so forth and the shock. Charlie Kirk was a good man. Charlie Kirk trailblazed and helped President Trump get elected. Charlie Kirk was brave and did incredible work. Having said that, again, it's becoming rapidly a very divisive subject within our movement. And I will state here that there are many anomalies, many oddities, many things that make absolutely no sense to me, and many unanswered questions concerning this event as of very recent. Can you break this down for us? And I would expect there to be a percentage of people that won't agree with you, and that's perfectly okay. My message to everyone right now is we know who our enemy is. Let's collectively fight that enemy. Where we go one, we go all. Isn't just a fun slogan on the ship of state, if you will. It is something that we must do. You know this better than anyone, Michael. I have never served in the armed forces. I'm serving as a citizen patriot. But if this were a kinetic war, folks, I'm talking to our audience here. If this were a kinetic war and you're in the proverbial foxhole, with the guy you trained with and the bull, you're literally dodging bullets coming in at you. You want to sit down and have an argument with that guy for a few minutes about a tactic in the war you disagree with or some aspect? That's what we're doing when we fight within right now about these galvanizing and yet divisive issues. So please, everyone, we're all entitled to our own analysis, our own views, and our own opinions of things. But I put on the record, again, as I just stated, there's a lot of unanswered questions for me, a lot of strange things that I have seen presented to the world with regards to Charlie Kirk's assassination. And Michael, you're someone, and I'm glad that I saved this for last, because those that are just learning of you can see your background, your skills, your experience, and your service. I think it's important for us to listen to what you saw with regards to the Charlie Kirk assassination. I'll leave that open for you to come in now.
Yeah, and this is usually, where people, they have the million, what about this? What about this? Overall, like you said, we're at war. This was an act of war against us. And, how that played out, I think is going to be, very positive for us. We've already seen a lot of positives from this. Charlie Kirk was amazing, is amazing. I will say is amazing. His wife is amazing, children, everything. Have high respect for him. Now, when I first looked at this, like I talked about, I looked at 9/11. I was like, this is a psyop. It's a false flag type thing. But who's running this? And so I started to look at it, look at the detail of it. He's got security all around him. They're signing, they're making signals and so forth. Now, you either have to accept that all of his security and everyone around him is completely compromised by the deep state, which is impossible, right? Or there's something else going on there. It's not bright red, which would be what would come out from a neck. It's not spurting. The Mauser round that they said that hit his neck would have blown his neck to pieces, and there would be so much flesh that would have flown out behind his neck that it would have been amazing. So there's all these people that are saying, this, and what about this? What about that? Bottom line is this was supposed to be a deep state action, probably, and the white hats captured it and basically ran it the way they wanted to run it. I think the same thing happened with the Trump assassination. If you look at all of the put options, which are basically a bet that the market will collapse, that were ready for Trump on a Trump assassination. Same thing happened on 9/11. Well, 9/11, they had all these put options where somebody made a lot of money, but no one was ever held accountable for putting all these put options on all the United and some of the other airlines that were involved in 9/11. So obviously those countries or those companies basically fell massively, and somebody made a lot of money. Somebody was going to make a lot of money with President Trump's assassination, but it didn't happen. So again, the money thing. So they need to make a lot of money. They were going to make money on all these things that they do. That was a captured operation, and the white hats ran it perfectly. Now there's people who will complain. I'm not going to break down every single thing. I'm not going to break down every single thing on Charlie Kirk. The thing that you have to look at is, and I can tell you that I'm an expert, and then people are going to argue about that, right? So I'm not going to say that. I'm just going to say that from my experience, from my intuition, I see none of that with Charlie Kirk, right? So that's my take on that. Now, why would that happen? Why would they, do that to the American public? And because it is a war. So what would you rather have? Would you rather have the deep state have the white hats didn't compromise that and play a little thing for the black hats? And some people looked at it and saw, I thought that was real. How dare they do that? Or would you rather have President Trump's head blown to pieces? And most of us, probably John and myself and a lot of other people that are out here trying to help inform you, would not be here right now. So that was a good thing. Now with Charlie Kirk, I believe at some point he's going to come back, right? And probably a lot of other people are going to come back. He's probably back there. That's what my feelings are. Part of the Q team, and he's back there, working on the background. Now look at, if you ask me to do what Charlie Kirk did, we want you to, get shot. You're not going to be shot, but it's going to really motivate the whole world. The whole world's going to It's going to be a turning point, all right, for the whole world. Of course, that's his organization's name, and it will massively, help humanity rise in consciousness and so forth. I'd be like, I'll do it. All right. So at some point, he'll be. Even now, I see him as a hero. I think everyone should see him as a hero. The work that he was doing, going to those college campuses and trying to, break up that craziness that's going on in the college campuses, trying to turn our beautiful children into Nazis, right? So that's what he was overcoming, and he did it so perfectly. Didn't raise his voice. He was just made them think. A lot of times they would start stumbling on their words because they'd never been, trained to think. Critical thinking. He was teaching them critical thinking. That's what they don't want many of us to do. So if you're a critical thinker, go and look at all of the different things that don't add up. There's so many things that don't add up, and there's so many people like myself that are speaking out that this is a psyop, but it's a psyop on the deep state, guys. It's a psyop on the deep state. It's a psyop if you choose for it to be a psyop. Now, I know there's a lot of people. I still love everybody out there who doesn't agree with me. It's okay. Eventually, you'll probably see my way, just like you did for 9/11, was on the forefront of COVID and so forth. You're probably at some point going to, move into the realization that this is what happened. If you don't, that's fine. You're still can be actionable for all of us. I know there's a Marine with 24 years of service. He doesn't agree with me whatsoever. But hey, I still, respect my SEAL brother or my Marine brother. So you don't have to completely agree with me. Just start looking at, do critical thinking, start looking at everything. Some people are just so tired of it. They think everything's a conspiracy theory. Well, a lot of things are right now. So, but eventually they get discovered and people get on the right side of this stuff. So that's my thoughts.
Well, thanks for sharing. Thanks for sharing. One quick thing to close out on, Charlie. I'm going to wrap up our conversations of consequence with Michael Jaco. You've got your commander-in-chief is requesting your presence, and we're going to move on. But this has been a great episode, and I want to just have you comment on this, and it's. I found it interesting, and I'm sure you met Kash Patel. I've met him several times because of the Clay Clark events. We crossed paths a few times, and we've interviewed him back in the day at American Media Periscope, and I'm a Kash Patel fan, if you want to use that word. I believe he's been working in the intelligence community in Trump's circle for a long time. But my question is this. I found it interesting at the presser in Utah a few days ago. There's Kash Patel. We got the perpetrator, and he's locked up, and the forensics and all that standard information that one would deliver at a press conference. And then he says, to close it out, I'm paraphrasing, he says, something like, well, thank you, Charlie. We've got the watch now, and we'll see you in Valhalla. I found that very interesting. And I've spoken through texted with Juan. I haven't spoken with him yet. We're going to bring him on soon. I had that defined for me in terms of what the watch aspect meant. But Valhalla has a few different meanings. I've come to learn. One is sort of the heavens, if you will, in the Viking world, but it's also in intelligence circles the equivalent of a global sort of witness protection program. I found it interesting to have a hard presser on forensics, Charlie Kirk, to close it out with, we'll see you in Valhalla. Am I reading too much into that? Why was that word chosen?
Yeah, it's basically signaling. There's like in the intelligence community, you leave signs. That happens all the time. I know the deep state does the same thing. They leave signs. I see their signs as well. It's basically communication for their groups and a hint, leaving a hint for other people. Now, will Juan, say that, because I've seen him on another show where he talked about Valhalla and how that was, a place where people would go for protection. But I heard him on a recent show. He was like, well, that's a place where people go for that are criminals. So he may, come out and give us, the answer. But if this is a controlled operation, which I believe it is to a certain extent, they want this PSYOP to continue for a period of time to catch more people. Right. So we may see the PSYOP continue for a little bit longer. And that's fine. I like I said, I've worked these programs in the CIA. I know how they work. It is. I've done them on a massive scale that have captured so many people. You put information out, and people respond a certain way when you put that information out, and they're basically then you catch them, you get them.
Mm-hmm. Well, I know you've got to go, Michael, so our time is short. I wanted to go through your website. If we don't have the time to do that right now, if we do, let me know. We'll go through it. If not, in your absence, I'll comb through it, because there's quite a bit that you offer to the public that you're available in terms of classes, of course, your published books, your public speeches, and so forth. Last question, again, because time is short. Define for us what the golden age means to you. And are we at the dawning of the golden age, and are better days to come? Are we, when Trump says the best is yet to come, nothing can stop what's coming, are these things real to you? And are we at the dawning of the golden age? We'll just close it out with that.
Yeah, the golden age will be, a lot of these people that have gone into witness protection will be able to come out, because the deep state is basically completely taken down. They'll be safe to come out. The golden age is our consciousness, which is rising. We'll be able to see through a lot of the things that have been happening. We won't need to focus on them anymore, because they won't even exist. The deserts will be greened. We'll have free energy systems. We'll have, longevity like nobody could imagine, because we have, technologies which will heal us and, keep us very vibrant for pretty much as long as you want to stay active in this world. So these are the things that are already there waiting for us. But we have to take this deep state down. It is being taken down. Like we're talking about, the movement is happening on a very rapid pace. And on the other side of this is like that golden age, consciousness. Everything's beautiful, art. Everything's vibrant. We can communicate with each other and not have these crazy people that all of that's changing. It's moving in the right direction.
Mm-hmm. Well, excellent. Michael Jaco, deputized by Archangel Michael, doing God's work in military, in intelligence, and in civilian life. What a journey you have, what a journey you're on. And I'm sure for Michael Jaco, the best is also yet to come. We appreciate the work you do. You work a lot. You've probably got a few thousand podcasts under your belt. I encourage everyone to visit michaeljaco.com, and I look forward to seeing you, Michael, on our Global Defense War panel. I think the next episode is on the 30th of September. You're part of a panel of 5. Very, very powerful information, the panel, including yourself, revealed to us, and I'll have some additional questions besides what you and I have covered today. Thank you very much, Michael Jaco. Stay safe. God be with you. America thanks you for your service. And I'll be right back, folks, to close out our broadcast. Thank you, Michael. So please do visit Michael. It was up on the screen, the entire broadcast. That is a place you want to go and learn more about the work he's doing, places you can go and see Michael speak, events he's a part of, events he's spearheading, his intuitive work, his classes, his directives to helping us with our health and wealth. There's so much on Michael Jaco's website, including his books. Fascinating gentleman, great journey. Whether you agree with all his points or not matters not. One thing for sure is this man has earned his stars and stripes, in my opinion. And I'm glad to call Michael our friend. So thank you, Michael Jaco. And we look forward to seeing you on September 30th on the Global Defense War panel. I'd like to direct your attention, folks, to our current programming at JMC Broadcasting, and we'll conclude the show. We're presently, if you scroll down a bit, I can see the menu, but we've got Intel and Insights. There we go, Intel and Insights. This is on jmcbroadcasting.com. You can take a look at our programming. We have our monthly Intel and Insights with Juan O'Savin, which is coming up soon. We've got the Global Defense War Military Panel, which is once a month. We have Conversations of Consequence. I'm doing 2 a month right now. We've got BOSI Briefs, very popular every other Monday at 6 p.m. Eastern. Global Financial Reset is newly launched, so I think it's our 4th episode coming up live, as I mentioned in the promo just a moment ago. Global Financial Reset, very important. I've got Ed Dowd and SGN on tomorrow, this week. We also have, as I'm reading it, I do a short 5-minute weekly wrap-up every Saturday and every Sunday, a war report, focus of where we are at. These are short 5-minute posts. And then we have contributions from Christy Allen and our good friend Sean Morgan. Christy doing Tsunami of Truth, again, short reports, 5-10 minutes. Same with Sean Morgan, News Behind the News. These are daily short plugs to keep us informed, empowered, and connected. And I'm very, very happy, and I want to thank Sandy, one of our producers, boots on the ground warrior for 10 years working together, for helping me put it together. I've been talking about this for months. We are launching Eyes on Gitmo, military and intelligence panel. Juan O'Savin, General Holt, Brigadier General Holt, Matt Meck, a retired lieutenant colonel, and perhaps another guest. Our premier episode launches at the end of this month, so stay tuned for official announcements on that. Eyes on Gitmo with Juan O'Savin and team. And let's see. Well, that concludes our programming. I am the host of all the shows, with the exception of the short News Behind the News and Christy Allen's contribution. I want to thank everybody for spending this time with me. I hate to have rushed out the closing segment, Mike Jacob, but he's no stranger. We'll see him every month on Global Defense Board, and you can follow his daily podcast. But I want to thank you for spending this time with me and Mike Jacob. We'll see you next week on Conversations of, actually October 8th, Conversations of Consequences, our next broadcast for this show. And our guest is Sheila Holm. I can't wait to talk with Sheila in Conversations of Consequence on October 8th. I want everyone to stay safe, stay united. Where we go, when we go all. We may disagree. The Charlie Kirk event is a stab in the heart for all of us. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense for some of us. Let everyone have their own views. It's okay. We're still fighting the real enemy. So join forces together, even if we don't agree on all the different things that are taking place. We have to stay together. So where we go one, we go all. Stay safe, and may God be with you.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. It's Pump It Up Friday, so silver is pumping big. Now, hopefully Dr. Kirk makes it on. We had to adjust his schedule. Looks like he's coming in right now. So lots of great things that are happening out there. We're probably going to talk about this one prognosticator that has predicted that silver would pump past its all-time high this month. Dr. Kirk, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Michael. How are you?
Very good, very good. So I watched, you put out every week you put out your own video, and I think that's very informative. You talked about a gentleman that had predicted silver would pump this month, so September, past its all-time high. Wow, today looks like it's getting ready to do that.
Well, it's amazing. So yeah, so Jesse Colombo, he has the Bubble Report on X. Everybody watching should subscribe to it. He's one of the best analysts that I follow. I think he's amazing, right? So he's done a couple of reports over the last 2 weeks. And then when you couple that with what the Fed did on Wednesday, what China's working on right now, it's like, okay, this builds into a big, amazing picture, right? So number one, he talked about a volatility squeeze. Which is, so imagine like a baseball pennant, right? It's like this long flag that comes to a point at the end, right? So if you're looking at a chart, it's either an ascending or descending triangle. It gets to a point. When it gets to that point and the price breaks above that top resistance line, that's the breakout. So we're seeing this pattern, which is caused by volatility in the markets right now. Not always, but right now it is. and that's called a volatility squeeze. Now, this is happening in copper, it's happening in silver, it's happening in gold, it's happening in the Japanese yen US dollar pairing. And so what we're seeing is there's going to be some massive breakouts that happen. So in his, as you follow his kind of predictions and these trend channels and everything else, he thinks that gold is going to hit $4,400 on this move, not like years down the road, right? On this move, right? So this is amazing. Silver, $100 plus. So you and I have talked for years now about how I expected silver, you expected silver to be $100 plus, right? Triple digits. Well, now we're not lone wolves talking about this, right? You've got economists all over the world and big banks and international money center banks coming up with the same numbers, right? So here's where he also came out with another report, Jesse did, about, he said silver should hit $50 in September. And it's September now. It's like, okay. I mean, it's like, it's not like a year down the road. It's like right now, this September. So the rationale for that, and if you look at the chart that he's referencing, you and I talked about this 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago. I don't know, when we talked about the cup and handle formation.
Oh, yeah.
Right. So this is it. So for everyone who didn't hear that when we talked about it, imagine you're looking at the Big Dipper, right, in the sky, and it's like this big, huge cup, and then it's got this handle that goes out, right? So the cup took 40 years to develop this technical formation. So you go back to the 1970s when silver was really high, Hunt Brothers type time frame. Then it comes down and dips up, and it's been growing to where now we're at the end of this cup, right, at $5 from the all-time high of 48. Now, what comes after that? After it breaks through that resistance, it's the handle. And that's where I look at things, and you're much more of a technical trader than me, right? But I look at these things and it's like, what causes these resistance points, right? When you're kind of going up on the chart and it seems like these patterns, like clockwork, act like resistance, and you can draw this line over time. Why is that? Well, you've got algorithmic traders and high frequency traders that are just using computers, and it's like, okay, you're getting towards the resistance point, we better submit some sell orders, and then it drives the price down, then it bounces back up, hits the resistance, comes back down. When you blow past the old high, not really any technical chart patterns to actually look at anymore, right? The computers are going to like fizzle out and say, I don't know what to do. We don't have these Bollinger Bands and these different patterns and these things because we're at all-time highs. You're in uncharted territory, right? So when you start looking at these, this is where we start to enter that handle, right? Which is really exciting for all of us who've been holding. We've been these holders of silver, and now it's time to watch the price increase. We're getting really close to that level of uncharted territory. This is exciting to me. Now, let's add two more pieces to this puzzle. Number one is, and I got so many complaints on Wednesday, I'm not joking. People calling and complaining that, Kirk, you said when the Fed lowered interest rates, gold and silver were going to go up, and they were going to go up a lot, right? And so what happened on Wednesday? Jerome Powell and the Fed, they lowered rates 1/4 point. And then what else did he say? He said another big statement. We're going to have another 1/4 point increase this year and another one this year. So that's a total of 3. And we're expecting to have 1 in 2026. So that's 3 more rate reductions in addition to the one they just did. So what happens when interest rates come down to precious metals? They go up. So then why didn't they go up on Wednesday? Right? It's like silver came down 90 cents on Wednesday when they made the announcement. Well, here's where it's kind of just common knowledge. When you lower interest rates, gold and silver go up. So equate that to, I'll just make up a story here. Let's say you're sitting on a couch all day long. Every single day you eat 3 pizzas and you don't work out, what's going to happen? You're probably get a little chubby. I mean, it's probably not going to be the best outcome. But there's a cause and effect. You eat too much pizzas and you don't work out, you're gonna get chubby. Interest rates come down, gold and silver goes up. It's just what happens, right? So on Wednesday, here's my analysis of what happened. Powell, what was more important than Powell lowering interest rates a quarter is what he said was going to come after. 3 more rate reductions, 2 this year and 1 next year. So if gold and silver go up, who has massive amounts of short positions?
Banks.
Chase. Yeah, banks. Bank of America, HSBC. I mean, they have massive amounts. So as the price of silver and gold go up, they lose money hand over fist. Absolutely hand over fist if they have short positions. So what did they do? Started closing these short positions. They needed to unwind them. They needed to get out because of what Powell said was going to come next. So that puts selling pressure on the market. And in the commentary that you reference, it's like, okay, this is going to be pretty short-lived, right? Whether it's a day, whether it's a week, and then gold and silver will take off because gold and silver go up when interest rates come down. So here's where what happened since then. Yes, silver's up again, right? It's going up. It's up over 42 today. We're probably going to hit 43 again by next week. So that correction from Wednesday when they lowered rates didn't last very long, right? It was just the knee-jerk reaction to massive amounts of selling pressure on the markets. Now, there's one more thing that we have to bring in here. This is like the black swan event, right? That nobody's really talking about. Literally, nobody's really talking about. And that's the BRICS nations and why are they amassing like thousands of tons of gold? I mean, literally over the last couple of years, thousands of tons of gold. Well, you and I have referenced this in the past from a different angle, though, and that's the Basel III financial accord, right? So Basel III says what? Gold is going to be a tier 1 asset. So what is a tier 1 asset? It means they put gold on the same kind of level as your balance sheet assets, as your treasuries. It's just a stable asset that they can use as collateral to look at, what they're actually worth at the big banks. But people think, well, why? When they made gold a tier 1 asset, gold is going to go through the roof. It's like, not necessarily. They're just counting it on their balance sheets as something that they can count as a stable asset. What matters more is the next level that nobody talks about. And that's an HQLA, a high quality liquid asset. So above a tier 1 classification is the HQLA asset. Now, what is that? That means you can use whatever an HQLA is for international settlement. You can use it as collateral. You can use it as, to collateralize in the repo markets, right? So you actually use it. So what China's moving towards is taking gold in Basel III Accord from the tier 1 to an HQLA, which means they don't have to use US dollars anymore to settle between countries in the BRICS nations. They don't have to use the US treasuries. And this, when you start to put these puzzle pieces together over the years, when 2 years ago, Michael, Putin said at the BRICS meeting, at the opening remarks, we're going to de-dollarize the world. It's our objective. Irreversible. This is what we're going to do. So now you put some meat behind those statements and start to connect some of these dots. It's like, wow, if they don't have to use the US dollar anymore, and that was the built-in demand for our currency, well, then what happens to our currency? It tanks, right? It's already down 10% year to date. And now they can use gold for international settlement. What's going to happen to the demand for gold? It goes up. That means the price is going to go up. So Trump, I believe, saw this coming, right? Because what did he do? A couple months ago, they passed the Genius bill, the stablecoin bill, right? And it's like, okay, we're going to allow US dollars to be tokenized in the blockchain. Well, that opened up an entire world of trillions of dollars of stable coins, US dollars, that they couldn't do that before. So he said, yeah, we're going to have private companies like PayPal and Tether and Circle and Trump's, First Liberty and so many others. Gemini says we're going to allow you to issue US dollars in the blockchain rather than just coming from the banks in the traditional system. So he built in demand for the US dollar as Asia and the BRICS nations are dumping US treasuries. Trump was a genius in the fact that he said, okay, we're going to actually build in more demand. Because when you think about it, without stable coins on the blockchain, what do people do when they sell their Bitcoin or their Ethereum or their Solana or their XRP? It's not like they're selling it, taking that money, investing it back in their credit union, putting it back. And then when they want to buy crypto again, they have to go through their coin wallet. No, they keep it on the blockchain. Once it gets there, it very rarely comes back in the form of fiat. So what is a stable coin? It's the cryptocurrency version of a money market, right? So Trump, and it sits there until you decide you're going to sell your Bitcoin and buy XRP, or sell your XRP and buy Ethereum. That intermediate step generally sits in a stable coin. This is where Trump just created a ton of demand for the US dollar, right? So as China begins to dump, use gold as settlement amongst the BRICS nations, the demand for gold is going to go up. Now the demand for silver is going to go up more. It actually outperforms gold right now because of where we are with the ratio. So as I look at all of these things that have happened and transpired, even since the last time we spoke, it's like, wow, you've got technical forces and fundamental forces, and Powell's decision to lower interest rates, and the announcement that we're going to have 3 more, and what BRICS is doing, making, going towards gold as a high quality liquid asset. It's like, oh my word, sky is the limit for metals right now. And I've had people call and basically not crying, but very sad, saying, I missed the boat. It's like, no, you haven't. Mm-hmm. You haven't missed any boat. Yes, you've missed from 17 to 42. Right. But if I think silver is going to be 100 to 120 next year, and we're at 42, that's tripling from where we are today. Right. And so we've doubled, basically a little more than doubled, up 150 something percent from where we've been to where we are now. But the best is still yet to come. You haven't missed the boat. Get on the boat, though. You don't want to miss it totally down the road. So get on the boat, right? And take advantage of these trends.
Yeah, definitely. And, because everything's basically going to come out of all the other assets that have performed well over the last several years, like housing. So we're already seeing the housing downturn starting to pick up pretty significantly in some places, like here in Vegas, where I'm at, and also in Florida. So those were the tattletales of the housing crash. So that's beginning. I look all around at other markets, and they're starting to turn down as well. Even California, which is usually the last to go, is already starting to turn down pretty significantly as well. So where's that money go? It doesn't disappear. It goes into another asset. So we'll see the stock market continue to go up. It's the last one to fall. Yeah. So everybody chases profits wherever they're at. Stock market's always the last to fall. So we're seeing the last big push in the stock market. Who knows how high it will go, but eventually it will fall. It will fall 85 to 90%. All right. So will housing. That's the trend. That's what's happened in the past. If you look at the bottom of the cup to the top, you're looking at $500 silver. Right. So does it happen next week? No. Does it happen this year? No. Does it happen next year? No. It happens probably 1, 2, 3 years down the road. So you look at the things that are happening. These things happen when there's societal changes. You see the unfortunate Charlie Kirk shooting. You see in France and in England massive demonstrations. Those and the European Union and Germany, all of those governments are probably going to collapse. And we may even see, raids on the palaces and 10 Downing Street. And then you might even see that on spikes, right? So that's where we're going. And what do you think is going to happen? Where is the money going to go then? Because it's coming out of every other asset. It's going to go to silver and gold, right? Like we talked about.
Yeah, it's the flight for quality that happens. So here's where for investors that want to minimize risk and maximize return, this is what's exciting to me, because unlike 2008, 2009, that crisis, what's different? I mean, there's something different. Yeah, financial collapse, the banks are undercapitalized. That one was caused by subprime lending. We've got financial problems now, but one thing that we have now that we didn't have back then is people now have lost faith and confidence in their banks and in governments globally, right? So yeah, Trump is probably going to fix things here, not tomorrow, but a year down the road, a year and a half down the road, as his policies can take effect, and there's this policy lag and action lag, and when you see the fruit on the tree. But what Trump can't do is fix the global economy, right? He can't fix the economic problems in China or Japan and the collapse of the yen, or the social dynamics in France and the United Kingdom, right? These are things outside of his control. And gold and silver are not just U.S. assets. They're global assets. So here's where, Trump could fix things amazingly here. And gold and silver still go through the roof, even though, because what's the flight for quality? The rest of the people around the world where their economies are collapsing are going to have to fight for safety, kind of a mechanism. So when people call and say, well, Kirk, Trump is going to fix the economy, I agree. He's not going to fix the global economy, right? And gold and silver are global assets, which means until we have global peace, until the global inflationary death spiral of currencies collapsing is fixed, until there's no more geopolitical conflict, Russia and Ukraine aren't fighting China and Taiwan, or you name it, everywhere, right? Until all that stuff goes away, it's like, all right, gold and silver is still going to be a really good option around the world. And the last time I checked, there's more people around the world than there are in America. So this bull market in gold and silver should have some serious legs, because the global economy is really sick. So is the American economy after 4 years of Biden, but Trump is working on that. He's fixing it. It's just going to take a little bit of time. So in the meantime, how do we take advantage of and profit from the economic malaise and all the tensions that we see and the social chaos and what's building up like this boiling cauldron right underneath the surface after the Charlie Kirk assassination? And now you've got turbulence and turmoil and hate and division everywhere, literally everywhere. This is the kind of times where gold and silver thrive, and we should just take advantage of it.
Right. So you mentioned in your last your market report, how much is the dollar down over the last year?
10% so far, and it's only September.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So that's one of the reasons why it's a little bit more expensive for you to buy that silver, but it is still a great opportunity right now. You're going to see a doubling, maybe even this year, in the rest of this year, and then a tripling and quadrupling, and it just keeps going to go. It's going to keep going up as we see more and more tensions, more and more social unrest that's coming around the world, more chasing the quality, flight to quality. You're going to see a lot of money come out of the stock market probably towards the end of the year, maybe into next year. It might even go through into next year before it finally starts to come unwound.
Yeah,
I love your site. I highly recommend everybody go over to your site and just click on silver. When you click on silver, you're going to get this nice chart. And then you can play with the chart. There's the one for the Dow Jones. As you guys can see, that little orange line right there is way below what silver is, up over 40% year to date. All right, over the last year. So you're going to, and like we've talked about, if you jumped in when we jumped up and down, we get you guys to buy back when it was 17. you're more than doubled your profit right now. Did you do that in anything else? And unless you're a very, very savvy investor, no. But you look at the S&P, you look at the FTSE, the UK stock market, nothing. Crude oil, way down there.
Oh, that's nasty.
Yeah, and then the U.S. dollar, it's this under 0%, return. So that's where we're at right now. So how do you take advantage of this? You get a free consultation with Dr. Kirk Elliott's, maybe even Dr. Kirk Elliott. I don't know. Do you still sometimes work with people individually?
Very few.
Very few, but it does happen.
Very few, but it does happen occasionally. But yeah, I'm just busy doing research and shows like you, and sadly, I can't talk to everybody anymore. Like I started with 20-something years ago, I was a one-man band. I did everything, right? But yeah, just different time, different place. But I still am able to talk to a few people a week.
Very nice, very nice. So, to contact him, obviously, kepm.com. And then you have the phone number, 720-605-3900. You can fill out the form online and have somebody contact you that way as well. Just let them know what you're interested in. They'll get back with you. So, we're moving into, like we've talked about for years now, it's been a little slow in the making, which has been great. It's given us the opportunity to load up on silver, which a lot of us have done. I was just visiting with Scott McKay, and I remember talking to him a couple years ago, and he was asking me about silver, and I said, you better load up, and he did. So, and he's very happy he did. And then a lot of other people that have followed our advice are very happy they did as well. It's still, you're still going to be happy you loaded up on silver still to this day.
I mean, I just talked to Scott this morning, literally like an hour ago.
Nice.
And he was ecstatic because he's doubled, Michael.
Oh, yeah.
He's doubled from what he started with. It's like, who wouldn't be happy with that?
I talked to him while I was there, and I gave him some new advice. I said, don't sell yet.
Yeah.
Hold on. Keep it for into the next year. So, and then maybe you'll take a little bit of profit, but you want to hold on as much as you can. Right.
Absolutely.
All right, Dr. Kirk Elliott. We always appreciate your insights. I know you have a busy schedule, so we're going to let you go. But thanks so much for coming in and sharing.
You bet. It's my pleasure.
All right. So, hello, everyone. It's Mike Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. Hope that light off my head doesn't blind you. So, So. I was watching the Charlie Kirk Memorial pretty much all day. It's bittersweet. It's going to take a while to kill it, make it go away, like they were attempting to do with the Republicans and conservatives. But we're as who is it that crossed the Rubicon? Julius Caesar. And once he crossed the Rubicon, it was game over, right? He was like, okay, here we go. We're going to kick some ass. Veni, vidi, vici, right? I came, I saw, I conquered. So that's basically what's happening now with conservatives. We've had enough of the bullshit from the Democrats. Amazingly, like Erica Kirk said during the memorial in her speech, she's like, there were, unlike when the Democrats, have their people, have problems with them, there were no riots, no cities burned, no people were killed, right? So, but the Democrats continue to shoot everything up. The leftists, the liberals. There was like Jimmy Kimmel got fired from ABC, so I guess a supporter went and shot up a ABC news station, shot several bullets into it, and he got arrested. So I mean, the violence still happens. They're more pissed off that Jimmy Kimmel got taken off the air because of a comment that he made about Charlie Kirk than the actual killing of Charlie Kirk. Or whatever happened there. right? So the latest is there's a guy in the crowd that supposedly has a handgun, fits in the hand, and so he's so accurate he can, like, shoot that handgun between his fingers, and it got Charlie Kirk and killed him. So that's the latest. There's going to be more of those that are probably going to come. That's the latest. When that gets pretty much people, get spun in that direction for a little bit, and some people believe it, and some people are like, that's stupid. Then that'll stop, and they'll start another one. That's the way these things are. So they're going to keep doing that until people are like, stop with the bullshit, right? But they're going to keep coming until people do. So I've seen this many, many, many times. Yeah, the palm pistol, Kristen. Yeah, look it up. It's a palm pistol. A guy in a brown shirt, and they're like, look at the angle, and it's like just the same stuff. So that yesterday it was a guy in a like stairwell, and the angle was perfect for him, and now the angle's perfect for the guy with a hand pistol that you can't really tell, but look kind of like there's something in between his fingers, and it fits between your fingers. But yeah, you can not even I'm going to have to like sight in to get an accurate shot with my pistol, but somebody can just like bring their hand up to their chest, and boom, it's like just perfect. And people are going to believe it, evidently. So it is what it is. People are going to, look at this stuff. They'll continue to discuss it and talk about it until they get tired of it, and then they'll stop. Right? Like I said, I've seen this over and over again. And I've known, like I know this one, to be basically false flag. And I've seen other events that I knew because I was on the other side of it, that things were a false flag. And then I saw the press like ramping it up and ramping it up and ramping it up. And it got to the place now when we see that the aliens were involved in Charlie Kirk's shooting, that's probably the sign that we've reached the pinnacle. Because I've seen that in other events where they just keep what else can we like throw at these knuckleheads and they might believe it. It's like the one that really usually gets people is the alien involvement. All right, so when we see the alien involvement come up, if that even gets to that point, then we know we've reached the pinnacle. So it's very unfortunate. Obviously Charlie Kirk is no longer with us, whether he's in witness protection, Valhalla, like we've had other people talking about, like Wano Saban. So is he in Valhalla? And I don't know. I don't know where Valhalla is, but that's a code name. It sounds like for witness protection. Now I heard that President Trump, haven't had a chance to look it up, but somebody said it in the chat today in another show that I had earlier, that President Trump signed a bill that would, as I guess maybe leniency, as long as it was for circumstances that their life was in danger. Maybe, I don't know. I haven't read the bill. If it was a bill, if it was signed into law, I don't know. All right. So we have also Congress, which has to pass the bill before October 1st. Otherwise, the government shuts down. Now, they play this game all the time. The only time that I've ever seen them extend it was during the Obama administration. And that only impacted people like myself that were, and I think maybe it's one of the targets, people like myself that were doing security for the CIA. So I couldn't go overseas. Probably impacted other people. The military, they got their money, which is good. We want to make sure they get paid, right? And there were essential personnel were getting paid, but everything else was shutting down. But things just kept going. Things just kept going. Maybe they should do that for a while, every time. Now we know they're cutting costs on a lot of stuff. USAID basically took that off the books to a great extent. It saved billions of dollars. They cut all kinds of education and all kinds of crazy stuff that was basically laundering and, you know, stealing money. They cut a lot of stuff. Now in Argentina, remember how Elon Musk said we're going to do it like Milu did it in Argentina? The president of Argentina came in and just started chopping everything, and that was well received. But I'm going to show you how maybe that is not so good, all right, for him, his party, and also the future of Argentina. So now, United States, how much longer before United States basically has problems? We're going to see. We're going to see how much longer they're able to extend this crisis that's brewing, right? Extend it to the point before it actually happens, all right? Now, Charlie Kirk, you know, it happened in Phoenix where they did the memorial. Now, you see this car wreck right here. I was traveling back home from Las Vegas. You see that's the desert highway. You see all the clouds. I'm going to show you some where it was like pouring rain. It's kind of clear right there right now, but it was super pouring rain. I noticed it was pouring rain, obviously, and I have a Range Rover that has I can dial in, you know, different, like, it basically adjusts the suspension so that I can go over like desert terrain, snow, rocks. I can rock crawl with the car. The car is absolutely phenomenal. I have big fat Pirelli tires on it. So I was starting to get a little light, and I was like, oh, a little hydroplaning. And so, because it was really dumping rain. And so I dialed in basically the rain dial. So it basically adjusts the suspension so it, you know, doesn't hydroplane. So I'm traveling, as you guys can see, if you look back here, this is the road coming up the hill. I'm coming up the hill. It's pouring rain. I'd already slowed down a little bit because, you know, Mike's an intuitive, and sometimes I just listen to what I feel. And this car right here was coming in the opposite direction. He was at the top of a hill, at the hill that I'm going up. And I noticed he got light. So he's in a Kia. I noticed that Kia got light right at the top of the hill. And I came off my gas. And I'm usually fairly aggressive driver. I don't speed other than when I pass people that are knuckleheads on the road. So I have a car that really goes really fast. It's turbocharged. And so I love that because I get to go around knuckleheads and are inconsiderate drivers. So I can go fast, or I can, you know, it's got like these unbelievable brakes that will stop the car on almost a dime. And when I saw that car, that Kia, get light, I was like, oh, that's not good. So I came off my accelerator, and I'm getting ready to you know, maneuver, pump the brakes, whatever I got to do. And I saw his car start to come into my lane, right? But I still got a good distance, and I can still maneuver. So I'm not completely concerned about it. And then I saw his car spin, and it spun and it spun. And it's almost like it got some kind of force that took it over. And it just started going in reverse at a high speed. It went up this embankment right here that you see on my side of the road, and it started flipping. It flipped several times, and it came to a stop right there. I went past it. We called 911, and you know, they came after several minutes. But I got out and I started, you know, seeing if I could help the guy. Where's the photos? Photos. Oh, it's a pain in the butt. All right, so let me see if I can pull them up. Anyway, I'm not going to mess around with it. It's not going to play. It's not going to play. All right, so it basically shows me writing the report. I'm with the guy. I'm asking the guy, you know, where are you from? And or where are you going? He's like, I'm from Phoenix. He was going to Phoenix. and his car lost control right in front of mine. So, of course, I've talked about Charlie Kirk. My life is always targeted. So, I don't know. Was it just a coincidence that this? And imagine if I wasn't intuitive, if I wasn't an expert driver that's been through many driving schools for the CIA and so forth, and I felt very, very comfortable, even, with this car losing control and spinning right in front of me. I was like, I still got a chance to maneuver. I'm still good. And we just watched it spin in front of us, go up the bank, like I said, flip over right in front of us, and then come to a stop. And then we just pulled a little bit back, got in, flashing lights, called 911. I got out, talked to the guy, helped him out. He had lacerations on his forehead. It was bleeding. His car was total, right? Total. Unbelievable. But he survived. I asked, is anybody else in the car? He's like, no. And I, was trying to keep him talking because he had hit his head. I didn't want him going concussion or anything. Or if he was going into a concussion, keep him talking. So I just kept asking him questions, and very, very nice guy, but crazy stuff. So yeah, we have these events that happen to us, guys, and like a Charlie Kirk assassination, Now, like I said, and I believe Charlie Kirk is not with us in the old sense of the word, but in another sense of the word, he's in witness protection, right? So you're going to continue to have all these different things. They're going to come out. Some of it's deep state spinning, some it's white hat spinning, and so forth. And it's like I said, it's going to just continue. Other people will be threatened, like this one guy that went to shoot up the ABC because I guess, he loves Jimmy Kimmel, and he doesn't like. So I heard that ABC is now in negotiations. I don't know if this was is a ruse, so maybe they can throw off the people that are going to leftist crazies are going to start to target them. It's like we're in negotiations to maybe have Jimmy Kimmel come back, and which they probably don't, because he had super low people watching him. They were falling off a cliff. They wear them out until they are no longer useful, and then they discard them, right? So his show, I think he had at the lowest, he had 160,000 people watching him, or 116,000 watching him. My video on Charlie Kirk, in fact, got more views than that. On Rumble, which is my low view, place, it already had that many views when it got pulled off of YouTube. So, I got more views than Jimmy Kimmel, in the end, talking about Charlie Kirk. So he talked about Charlie Kirk, had low views, and they kicked him off. That's sweet justice, right? And then a car spins out of control in front of me and almost takes me out. It's like, it's crazy world we live in, guys. That's normal for me, though. So anyway, that's where we're at now. If you didn't watch the Charlie Kirk memorial, I recommend it. It was beautiful. All right. I think there's pretty much a revival that's going on now in America. People are, coming to God, reading the Bible, taking up Jesus Christ, and I think that's fantastic, because that's where America needs to be right now. All right. Because what does that do to the Luciferians? It pushes them out. Right. Luciferians are real. All right. Those of us that really ascribe to God, and I'm not talking about all the churches, because some of those churches are Luciferian churches, guys. All right. They promote transgenderism, all kinds of crazy stuff. They twist the words of the Bible around. They're Luciferian churches. So just because a lot of people are going back to church, what kind of church? Right? What kind of church are they going back to? So that's a very powerful thing that I think that's happening. It is quite moving to me. All right. So again, Charlie Kirk, whether you believe he was shot, whether you believe he was not shot, regardless, it is a movement that is being built off that. Amazingly, in 11 days after he's shot, they had this massive event, 100,000 people. They couldn't fit them all into the stadium. And President Trump was made sure that everybody realized this is not an arena, it's a stadium. Right? Stadium has a lot more people. I don't know how many that Glendale, Arizona stadium holds, but it was full. It was packed. And there was like many more that were watching on other video screens. And that's normally the way what happens or what did happen at Trump events. I went to several of them. There were massive crowds that they were outdoor events. The ones I went to, pretty cool ones. No way all the people that were at the events that I was at would fit in 2 stadiums, right? So it's pretty impressive. The movement, Donald Trump's movement, and Charlie Kirk. They're crediting Charlie Kirk with helping, if not actually being the reason why President Trump and his whole cabinet, which was there to speak, his whole cabinet. It was like a dictator's dream to take down, Trump and his whole team. If the Russians really did hate us, if the Chinese really did hate us, which they don't, they would have basically taken that stadium out, and they've taken down all of the government of the United States. Right? That counts. The other ones, the Democrats that didn't show up, they can't run the country. They've already shown that in every state they're in. So, and of course, they make really stupid decisions in Congress and Senate and stuff. Imagine those people running the show. Well, we did see what happened when those people did run the show, and it was a shit show. Like, we just had a great example with Joe Biden. Good God, what a train wreck of a administration, the worst administration in the history of the United States. So we know what a full-on Democrat run government is like. It's a train wreck, and that's another reason why in pretty much every state they're in, it's a train wreck. It's falling apart. Chicago. Trump said again, Charlie Kirk was from Chicago, and he begged President Trump to save Chicago. And Trump said that he's going to do that. All right. It's going to happen. But Chicago's going to resist. They're going to absolutely resist, just like the criminal. And they're already resisting ICE right now on a massive scale in Chicago. So it's got to happen. You're going to have to put National Guard in there to protect the ICE agents. This is what we've already seen in Los Angeles. And then if it gets worse, we're going to see the military go in. Now, the military will probably go into almost every town. The military is on the border. The border right now, almost zero drugs coming across the border, almost zero illegal aliens coming across the border. It's like Border Patrol that's been there for generations. People that have had, family ties of people that have been working the border as border security. And they said that there's never been a time like this. So at some point, it will happen in every city in the United States. Right? So let's look at this beautiful, all these beautiful people, Americans that are in the stadium. Absolutely fantastic. This stadium is full of people, and like I said, President Trump's entire cabinet came and spoke.
He chose our schools as his arena because he knows that they are meant to teach, to train our young people to think critically, to debate ideas, to test their strength through a clash of reason. But too often, these schools silence debate, saying words are violence and dissenting voices are hushed, and those who speak of God Those who speak the truth, simple objective truths like there are only 2 genders in these schools, they are told you have no voice. Charlie chose this arena to take these people head on, to challenge these institutions, these students and faculty, encouraging them to come, to speak honestly, bring your ideas, debate loudly, and think critically.
So this is the way conservatives think. It is the way that America was always meant to be until we're infiltrated by the Luciferians. All right. So again, this is going to stop. I've seen a lot of the Luciferians, their comments on social media. It's atrocious, absolutely atrocious. Literal witches cackling, saying that it's good that he's gone, but there's 2 more that should be next, and they just cackling like witches. It's amazing. So this is what we're going to see going forward, as far as like this exposure of this evil side, and people are just going to like start to turn away from it.
I miss him so much because our marriage and our family were beautiful. They still are.
So the nuclear family is a revival. The male and the female and children, they represented that. You know, it's moving back in that direction. You know, the transgenderism, you know, it's basically not homelessness, you know, homosexuality, all these things. Probably homosexuality and transgenderism are not going to go completely away, but it's not going to be put on a pedestal. It's not going to be what most of us in the United States and probably the rest of the world adhere to. And you know, if you're living in the Middle East, then of course, you know, the way they deal with homosexuality, they throw people off buildings. That's never going to happen here. We treat everyone with respect. No one needs to be feel threatened. Conservatives will allow you to do what you're going to do as long as you're not being gross or stepping over bounds and coming at their children and so forth, which we've seen, unfortunately, start to accelerate. America, unfortunately, now is the #1 place of child trafficking and so forth. So that's going to stop. That will stop. And of course, President Trump is here to help make it happen.
He was always in it for the mission. As he liked to say, even back then, we have a country to save. Just what he did. He'd call me all the time, sir, we have a country to save. I said, Charlie, thanks very much for telling me that. I appreciate it.
All right. So yeah, we, the American people, have a country to save. All right. It's ours to lose or ours to save. Which do you choose? All right. I choose to save it. I choose to be, you know, out here vocally getting myself targeted. All right. But, you know, we do have a very good audience out there. There's a lot of good commentary out there. 50 years ago, long after the great event that traumatized America, the murder of President John F. Kennedy, and later his brother Bobby, evidence is surfacing pointing the accusing finger at a then unrecognized deep state. Now, the deep state, up until a few years ago, was never, that term was never used on any, so it was, if you're on social media, it got taken off. If it was on, it was never mentioned by anyone within the political realm. They never said deep state. Now it is commonly talked about. That word that many of us have been, you know, whispering and talking about and sharing as much as we can for a long time is now well known. We know that we're under threat. We know that the world is under threat. And that is why the world, basically after the Charlie Kirk assassination event, now that is why the world is pushing back on their, you know, deep state, you know, institutions, people that are controlling them, are trying to control them. Now here we have, you know, the deep state trots out Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, AOC, Jasmine Crockett, Hakeem Jeffries, Gavin Newsom, who is now being investigated. Gavin Newsom, yeah, he made some comments recently. I think about who did he talk about? Yeah, he talked about who did he talk about? Let me think. Is Kristi Noem, right? Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. I'm pulling up the thing. I don't remember, but I do when it's here waiting for me. So Bill Essaley, the acting U.S. attorney for the Central District of California, on Saturday said he referred Governor, and this is the acting U.S. attorney for Central District of California. Wow, in California. He is referring Gavin Newsom to the Secret Service for a full threat assessment after he made statements saying, you know, basically Kristi Noem is going to have a bad day today, right? That could be, you know, anything, but if anyone said that about anyone in the political realm at the top like this, you're going to get looked at. So this is monumental. They're starting to find things on a lot of these, you know, deep state puppets. Gavin Newsom, obviously, one of them, right? So Noem has neither responded to Newsom nor Essaley, and neither has, you know, Governor Newsom. So Newsom, right? So Newsom is his days are numbered, I think. And it probably will get that nice necktie at some point. So the Trump administration ramped up its mass deportation campaign, and now Newsom is basically saying that any federal government person that's in the state of California must not wear a mask. This is the guy that insisted that everybody wear a mask just a few years ago, all right? He was so vigilant in his knuckleheadedness that I left the state of California and went to Florida, right? So how much longer? How much longer do we have to put up with Gavin Newsom and a lot of these deep state puppets that are out there, all right? Time's ticking. Time keeps on ticking, ticking, ticking into the future. Yeah, so they don't have much. They don't have much more of that left before they go bye-bye. That's my thoughts on that. So I don't know. Who knows? Maybe they hang out. So is the Fed about to ignite a 1999 style market melt up? So basically, just like what's happening right now, the Fed started to cut interest rates. The stock market, as you guys, some of you might remember, the 2000 .com explosion upwards. If it had a dot and a com after its name, it went up 100%, 600%, 1,000% a day sometimes. So it was insane. So we're in the same situation as we saw with the .com bust, well, eventual bust, but everything that happened during the .com explosion. Now, the thing that's different this time is we didn't have residential and commercial real estate crashing. So you're having a lot of that money that's coming out of well, it's already come out of you know, commercial real estate on a massive scale, and still is coming out of it. 85, 95%, you know, crash in a lot of the prices for commercial real estate. We're already starting to see 5, 10, 15, 20% price declines. Some places even 50% already, in some places in Florida and in Utah. So it's already starting to pick up speed in a lot of areas, and we're just getting started. This party is just getting started. Now, some of you guys know that I've been talking about this for years, at least a couple of years. I like, get out of real estate, right? I had the billionaires telling me this is going to be bad because we're already seeing it turn. So they're at the top of the food chain saying that things are going to get ugly. Of course, it took a while, and some of that was because a lot of liquidity flooded into the market after that, right? And they just dumped money and that money went all over the place, and a lot of billionaires' pockets, of course. And now they're scrambling. They're investing in silver to protect their assets, protect their asses. So now, if you have any money left, because I'm hearing from a lot of people that they don't have any money, we're just getting started, guys. It's going to get a lot worse before it's all over. It's going to be, 1929 on like the mother of all crashes, right? The mother of all stock crashes, which will extend to everything. So we will have almost everything go up in price. Stock market wise, silver and gold will go to like crazy levels. Probably the crypto will go to crazy levels, but everything else, not so much, right? Everything else, not so much. You're going to see businesses fail. You're going to see housing, like I've been talking about, really start to pick up speed to the downside. I've been watching this for a long time. The last couple months, I have seen prices in a lot of different areas. I've seen, like here where I'm at in, I looked at one property in 2017. The builder basically sold the property, brand new house, beautiful home, for $1.4 million. This is in 2017. Now, this was almost at the bottom of the 2008, 2009 stock market crash. Of course, that was precipitated by residential prices collapsing. And now we've already seen the peak, and we're starting to see it come down the other side. So, and it took it years and years and years before it started to come back. So 2017 was around the time frame. 2016, 2017 was a time frame where it started to turn. And then when we got the money that just dumped into the market, a lot of people bought real estate. Real estate went on a ridiculous ride high. Ridiculous, all right? So that $1.4 million home that I was talking about went to $13 million several months ago. It has dropped, or actually $14 million. It's dropped $1 million, right? So it's $13 million. They were listing it as $14 million. Now it is $13 million, but it's probably going to go back down to that 1.7 or even lower, guys. That's what's going to happen, right? Anyone that buys that place is going to get stuck holding that price probably for, you look at the stock market crash in 1929, it took 35 years just to get back to that price, just to that price. And then it went higher, and then it dropped below that price again in, I think, the 70s, and then it went up, and then it's gone higher ever since. So you saw the Japanese stock market also collapse. It didn't reach its high point until last year. So .com, so that's 25 years that it was down, and now it's back below the point of its high back in the .com era, right? So we're going to see the same thing happen again, guys. We're going to see massive stock markets liquidating on a massive scale, on an absolutely massive scale. And so cutting rates. So we're going to see rate cut after rate cut after rate cut, and probably into the next year. That's basically, I've said that already. I said that this rate cut that was coming, I predicted it. I predicted all the other rate cuts as well. I predicted the stock market crash in 2019 that happened in 2020, where the stock market, and I've said this many times, I predicted within 100 points of where it actually crashed, right? And so I'm not ready to predict this one yet. It's not time yet, but it will crash. Just like I said, housing prices will start to crash, and they're going to crash. I said it a couple years. So you've had a couple years to like liquidate and make some money and put it in silver, right? So if you haven't done that, you're going to get left holding the bag, right? And I know a lot of boomers out there that have a lot of real estate, and they're going to get, you better get out of that. You better get out of that. All right. So I mean, yeah, you were smart to get in it, and you made some nice profits. I'm giving you advice, hard-won advice. All right. So, all right. So we're basically going to see the same thing that we saw during the last .com bust, and you're going to get it doubly bad. 1929 .com crash, 2011, 2008, 2009 crash, all of it, all rolled in one. It's coming. Now, we could see this thing get pushed and stay pushed by the Trump administration all the way into the November elections next year. And then, right? So I don't know. I don't know if it's going to last that long. That's a long time from now. That's well over a year. And, you know, a lot of us been predicting this and like I said, I predicted a couple of years ago, I thought, you know, in 2022, that was it. We're seeing the end of it. And it bounced back. It bounced back. Very amazing. Housing prices were crashing. Stock market was crashing. And then it just turned around. Just turned around when it started going back up. And I was like, bullshit. It kept going. And now it's like crazy high. And it's going to get a lot higher. A lot higher. All right. This is always happens at the end. The last place, the last thing to see the money come out of it will be the stock market. So as the rate cuts come, that's basically crack. That's crack to the stock market addict. All right. Now the housing addict isn't going to get any relief. Right. A lot of people were like, well, when the you know, they start to cut rates, they were waiting for the rate cuts to come, and they thought that, you know, mortgage rates would be lower and then people come in. No. People do not have money for that. Right. We're at a crash, the crash for housing. We've already seen the crash for high-end housing is started a long time ago in certain areas. The crash in commercial real estate been going on for well over a year, going into 2 years now, right? That's going to continue. The residential real estate is going to start to pick up speed. Every month it's going to keep up more, faster and faster and faster. More and more houses are going to drop in price, percentage-wise. Massive percentage price destruction. Destruction and home prices, all right, is here, and it's going to pick up speed. So you guys are holding the real estate. You're going to get spanked if you think it's going to turn around. If you have a realtor telling you to hold it, oh, they're giving me some bad advice. All right. So maybe in certain areas, every area that I'm checking, not so much. Right. So that $13 million home here that went for $1.4 million, you know, what was that? not even 10 years ago, 8 years ago, it went to ridiculous price in 8 years. That's ridiculous. That's like 12x, 13, 12x, whatever it was. All right. So that normally that is the kind of price appreciation that you see in some of the crazy bubbles. So we had a housing price bubble that was created again. It was created and it burst back in 2009 to 11. And it just kept going down and down in certain areas and stayed down and then started to slowly creep back up. And then when we got the money flushing out into the system, helicopter dumps of money from the Fed, everything started blowing up. Everything started going up, right? Stock market, home prices, you name it, everything went up. Car prices, all right? Now people are like forfeiting their cars all over the place. The highest level of basically people reneging on their car loans, highest ever. We have the highest ever of credit card default. So many things that you normally don't hear of unless you look at these things, right? So we're going to start to see the housing prices start to collapse. People are going to sell those homes. They're going to put it in the stock market. If they're smart, they'll put it in silver. So that's where we're going, guys. It's going to, and if you're holding out on a price of a home, if you've cut once, twice, 3, 4, 5 times, you probably need to cut a little more aggressively. Hello, you better get on it. Better get on it. Or you're gonna be cutting home prices. Probably that guy with a $13 million home. If he cut like $3 million off, he probably sucker somebody into buying it, right? Former $14 million home, you can get it for 10, right? And I don't know, maybe some sucker's gonna buy it for 13 million. I don't know. There's just because you got a lot of money doesn't mean you're smart, right? All right. And maybe there's a reason why they want the loss. So some people want a massive loss and they can write it off on taxes. So that could be happening too. I don't know. That's crazy to me. Why would you ever want to lose money for anything? Anyway, so let's look at the screen. I'll show you guys a graph. I like to look at the technicals, but I'm also a guy that looks at fundamentals. I would say I'm very rounded when it comes to picking stocks or homes or whatever. I have stayed out of buying homes for the last several years because I knew this time was coming where everything was going to crash, right? It's not here yet. I thought it was here, like I said, in 2022. They manipulated, gave it a little breath of life so it could still stay alive a little bit longer. This is the summer of 1998. Global financial turmoil erupted following Russia's debt default. So we basically, we being the United States, basically helped Russia collapse, or the Soviet Union collapse. And that was Juan O'Savins talked about it several times. This was a military thing where they came in, they dropped the price of gas to Texans. Good job, Texans. They dropped the price of gas like crazy. Of course, Russians, they make money selling gas too, like they're doing right now. And they came in and they just like created this massive downfall, which destroyed the Soviet Union. And then we have Russia. So during this time frame, they started cutting rates. This is when Greenspan came in. Remember, Greenspan talked about irrational exuberance. And he said that several years, over 3 years before the stock market crashed. So he warned of irrational exuberance. And I've been warning about that for a couple of years now. We're probably going to get maybe another year of it. We'll see, because we're cutting rates. And like you see here, the NASDAQ went from like 1,000 to like what, 45, almost 5,000. And then it came all the way back down to 1,000. Right. And it didn't come back again for a long, long time. There's no graph here that shows that. I've showed this on other shows. But during this time frame, markets around the world collapsed. Here's one, the Asian financial crisis, riot in Indonesia. We've seen riots in Indonesia recently. All right. We've seen a lot of this stuff, happening around the world already. So now where's another place where this has happened? Another place where this has happened is in Argentina, like I talked about earlier. So let me share the screen, show you guys Argentina. So this is canary in the coal mine stuff, guys. Now, Melu admits the market is in panic mode as Argentine capital exodus accelerates. So we're going to start to see the collapse of markets around the world as the most powerful country still in the world, with the dollar being the reserve currency of the world, begins to have its massive, all the money comes to America and will blow up our stock market, will blow up probably crypto, will blow up silver and gold. It will go to a crazy level. Everything will crash. Silver and gold will pull back pretty good because it's a sell everything when everything starts to sell. Then silver and gold will turn around. It will never look back, just like we saw in other stock market crashes. Only this time it will just keep going because eventually we're going to go back to silver and gold as, you know, it's going to be pegged to the dollar or whatever it's going to be pegged to, right? So in a desperate attempt to satisfy demand for hard currency and prevent the peso from cratering, the 3-day intervention rose to 1.1 billion. So this is a country that only has 20 billion in liquid foreign reserves. So as you guys can see, it is collapsing. Now, will his government collapse? No. Melu basically came out with you know, he had the chainsaw, and he took the chainsaw to all this stuff. He had like whiteboards and all that kind of stuff. Same thing that Elon Musk did. Remember seeing Elon with the chainsaw? So they basically copied what Melu did. And I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but something like that. Looks like Melu, but it could be something different. So anyway, you see basically it's crashing. Now, it was the darling at one point. As Bloomberg points out, it's a stark change of fortunes for Melu, whose deep spending cuts and sweeping reforms had been welcomed by global investors soon after the libertarian economists took office in late 2023. So 2 years later, it's collapsing. And if he doesn't get a lot of people voting for him next month in October, it's not going to be good. So we expect continued foreign exchange and asset price volatility between now and the national midterm vote on October 26th, right? So a little over a month away. If they don't go in his favor, which, you know, it's the economy, stupid, all right? So if the economy's not doing good, it's not good for the party that's in power ever, right? So its time is not on Argentina's side. So that's the article from Zero Hedge, right? Not looking good. So that's a tattletale. That's basically canary in the coal mine. We've seen this, like I said, around the world where people are rioting. I think it's going to happen in France where Macron gets replaced. Whether he wants to be replaced or not, he's going to be replaced, all right? We'll see the same thing with Starmer in the UK. Maybe in other countries, we'll see people getting replaced. And like I said in another show, the deep state, you know, they don't care. They like chaos. So if these guys, you know, get their heads chopped off and they get paraded through the streets on a pike, that's chaos, and they do well in chaos, right? They come here, they always have a alternative for everybody. It's like, oh, you didn't like macaroni and cheese? Well, we have French fries for you, right? Yeah, beefaroni or whatever, you know. So we got another dish for you, and look, you're gonna like this so much more. And it's, you know, Macron, you know, he was dealing with the aliens, and so we showed you that, so we had to, like, you know, take him out. So, and Starmer, you know, he got beamed up in aircraft and came down. He was doing stupid, so we had to take him out too. You know, Charlie Kirk, you know, all the assassins are coming from you know, other planets, and so everybody's gonna be like, we don't want to hear that shit anymore. So that's kind of the way the shit works. So we got the you know, 3-Eye Atlas coming in. They're gonna drop off some Andromeda Anunnaki, and they're gonna be parading around like 20 feet tall and chopping people up, and then, you know, the economy is going to collapse. I don't know. It's just make it up as you go along. It's better than a lot of stuff we're seeing out there. All right. Chicken Little, my wife says. Oh, the sky is falling. That's a good one. All right. So the show that I did this morning on September 11th, I was supposed to have Kurt Weldon on. He could make it, so I went ahead and did a show on 9/11 anyway, because, you know, I'm an expert in when it's bullshit. Right? I come in and like, just, I've been talking about 9/11 since 9/11 happened, right? And that's when the stock market really crashed after 9/11, right? .com bust was going on, and it really picked up speed. And they're like, don't look here, look over there. type thing, and the stock market crashed, and some people made money like myself, and some people didn't. But anyway, this was people came in and chatted. Like I said, when I get a chance, I'll look at the chat. This was a really good. People came in and chatted really good about this. It surprises me that there's still people that believe the 9/11, bullshit. In October 2001, so a month later, he's in Toronto, Canada. He said there were many police and firefighters present at the conference. There were many from New York and many who were working on the sifting of all the debris of 9/11. These brave souls were suffering then. Of course they were, because that was when the radiological effects are most intense, right afterwards. And he goes on to say, and are still suffering. Now, if they treated them for radiological damage, they probably make a lot of headway faster in helping and treating these guys, but they're not for most cases, because they can't admit it. They can't admit it. It says both police and firefighters. It was tragic and obvious then, and it still haunts me today that we were misled. Yes, it's very tragic. And it still goes on. The lies and manipulation still continue almost a quarter century later. All right, so here's another one. Retired fire department New York here. I was off that day, but we were all called in and recalled. We weren't let in, I guess, into the city until that evening, as they were afraid of secondary attacks or devices. So they staged us in alternating slots. Couldn't afford to lose masses of people in a location. So yes, as often happens with Al-Qaeda attacks, but this wasn't an Al-Qaeda attack, it was a deep state attack. There are multiple attacks to take out more and more people. We're going to talk about that in a minute, because that's coming for our U.S. cities, guys. Even the 9/11 Commission admitted in the report that evidence and information was withheld. A good friend of mine was friends with Oreo, the guy that I talked about on the show. Absolute hero, made it all the way up to where the plane crashed into the building. They were on top of the fires, so they were in the 9/11 fake report. They were saying fires were raging. So here we have this this fire crew that made it all the way up there. They had restored one of the communication devices, which all seemed to magically have been taken down. So there wasn't any communication with a lot of the firefighters, unfortunately. But he was able to communicate because he restored one of the communication devices, and he was passing information. He said that they were on the floor, just need a little bit of help, and then everything should be good. They would have control of the fire, and then the building collapsed a minute later. So obviously the deep state heard that, and they're like, okay, collapse it now. So within time after he passed that, there were reports where people on floors that were starting to collapse. So the floors above him were starting to pancake down, collapsing. They were being explosively detonated, and they were collapsing, and it collapsed on all. Right. He says, if you search through many members who stated clearly they heard the explosions right before the buildings came down. Unfortunately, most of the department accepted the standard story of lies. So this is another thing that I keep telling everybody. As long as we have people agreeing to the narrative, refusing to accept the truth for whatever reason, this shit show continues, guys. So he goes on to say, it's such a touchy subject that even members would argue if you question the narrative. I know, because I always try to question and do the critical thinking, kind of like a Charlie Kirk guy with the guys I work with. And yeah, they got really, upset, right? Argumentative and, wanted to fight and all kinds of stuff, but they didn't fight me, right? They knew they didn't want to fight me. All right. There is so much evidence of what really happened that day. Never mind Building 7. Right. So thank you, Johnny Hot Rod, for that statement. Very good. All right, so there were all other people have put other things. Now it takes bravery to come in and make these comments because people might know who you are. All right, and like this gentleman and myself included, you know, we get blowback from knuckleheads that still want to, you know, believe in the narrative and want to fight everybody that doesn't, you know, they become like those Nazis on mask wearing, right? How many of those people that were Nazis on mask wearing are saying they're sorry for having done that now? None of them, right? All right, so Jaco, New York City here. Thank you for all you do and the intel blessings. Jaco, the Dancing Jews, allegedly involved with Bush. Okay, that's another one. So yeah, those were some pretty good comments. There's many more. I know you guys come in here. You do thousands of comments. Of course, I can't read all those comments, but I catch a few of them. And yeah, mask holes. That's a good one. The all-seeing guy. All right, we're gonna have to, like, you know, put that up. Let's show that one. All right. Hopefully that shows up. Maybe my skin tone's not letting that come through. So let me get over here. It's like, all right, that's gray. It's like maybe the skin tone. There we go. Mask holes. Urgent intelligence alert. So that doesn't mean it's going to happen soon, but it is getting closer than ever, I feel. So must read urgent intelligence alert. NCTC confirms Al-Qaeda presence. Been talking about this one ever since Joe Biden got in office, started letting these knuckleheads into our country. Al-Qaeda presence on U.S. soil. Imminent sorry, that's my wife just blowing up over there. She caught herself, sorry. Multi-city Islamic terror attacks. Sources tell me tonight that the National Counterterrorism Center